ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Thousands have turned out in Melbourne CBD as part of protests across the country calling for an end to violence against women. Leanne Wong reports.
Women and men have rallied in the city today demanding an end to violence against women, many carrying signs calling on men to step up and for women to be protected, while others hold signs which hauntingly simply list the names of murdered women. At least 26 women have been killed this year in acts of violence, allegedly at the hands of men. Attending today's march was the Premier Jacinta Allen and Attorney General Mark Dreyfus, who's previously labelled the spate of deaths an epidemic. Organisers have called on the federal government to declare a national emergency.
The Victorian government says it plans to build more than 70,000 additional homes above and around 6 suburban rail loop precincts in Melbourne's east by the 2050s. The government has today released its proposed key directions for the project, including land use changes around stations in Box Hill, Burwood, Glen Waverley, Monash, Clayton and Cheltenham. Townhouses and mid-rise apartments are expected to be built within walking distance to the stations, while taller apartment and office buildings will be built in the precinct core. Premier Jacinta Allen says Melbourne is growing fast and the government wants more transport, jobs and homes for Victorians.
We're doing this because we do have the opportunity, when we've got works in the ground for new stations, to also think about the communities that will be constructed around it. And that is why you can see from the key directions documentation, there is the opportunity to have taller buildings.
New South Wales Police will allege 5 teenagers charged with terrorism offences were planning an attack. The 5 boys aged 14 to 17 were arrested on Wednesday after 400 officers raided 13 properties in Sydney and Goulburn. Police say the teenagers are associates of a 16-year-old boy accused of stabbing a bishop last week during a mass in Western Sydney. Commissioner Karen Webb has told Sky News this week's counter-terror raids foiled plans for an attack.
What we're talking about here is a group of young people that have committed, we allege, or planning to commit terrorist acts.
Police are searching for a woman who's gone missing after her car broke down in Victoria's East. Police say a passerby stopped to assist 33-year-old Point Cook woman Samantha on the Princes Highway in Tamboon shortly after 8 on Friday morning, and she hasn't been seen since. Investigators believe she may have been hitchhiking along the Princes Highway to Melbourne. Families say her disappearance is out of character and they have concerns for her welfare due to a medical condition. Israel's foreign minister says a planned ground assault in the southern Gaza city of Rafah could be suspended if a deal emerges to free hostages held by Hamas. Hostage release also forms a key part of international mediation efforts to bring about a ceasefire. The minister, Israel Katz, says he hopes the hostages will be freed.
The release of the hostages is the top priority for us, the female and male hostages. If there's a deal, we will do a deal. We are making all preparations for the operation in Rafah because that's what needs to be done. But I'd hope that there will be a deal.
An anonymous bidder has paid more than $2.2 million for the gold pocket watch worn by the wealthiest passenger on board the Titanic. The BBC's Duncan Kennedy was at the sale in southwest England.
There's nothing like the Titanic to evoke memories, passion and buyers. Today's auction included 2 of the items that Titanic collectors desire most of all. The gold pocket watch belonging to John Jacob Astor, a passenger on board, who was then one of the richest people in the world. And the brown leather violin bag owned by Wallace Hartley, who famously led the orchestra on deck as the ship foundered. They died along with 1,500 others when the Titanic sank in the North Atlantic in April 1912.
A leading knee surgeon has expressed concern about Australia's rising rate of ACL surgery. Ursula Malone reports.
Every year, around 20,000 patients in Australia undergo surgical reconstruction of the ACL. Specialist orthopaedic knee surgeon Dr. Christopher Vertullo says that number is too high.
It is concerning that there are too many ACL injuries and too many ACL surgeries. For a high proportion of patients, upwards of 50%, they'll do just as well without an operation and non-surgical management.
Dr. Vertullo says more research is needed to help patients make more informed decisions.
To the weather now for the state. Dry and mostly sunny. For Melbourne, cloud clearing at 22. It's currently 20. ABC News.
Time to steady and pull the trigger. Tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field.
The way the rules are now, you're not allowed to brace yourself and hit someone in the head in a marking contest.
Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. AFL Sunday on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Hello and welcome to AFL Sunday. Geelong continue their winning ways down in the Blues in a massive MCG clash. 7-0 for the first time since 2013 to emerge as the clear premiership favourites.
8 points, Geelong's lead. Kicking inside 50, pack forms, close rows, handball to Stengel. Stengel pulls his kick back towards Cameron. Low down, takes the mark, diving forward. On the day he kicked his 600th, Jeremy Cameron calls game. 5 for Jezza.
While Fremantle return to the winners list following their derby drumming with a 24-point win over the up and down Dogs in the annual Len Hall tribute game.
Into the path of McRae. His kick beyond defensive 50 falls in the lap of Bailey Banfield again. Can he sink what would be the final blow to the Dogs' night? Banfield runs around. Kick is on the way. He's bending back. It's through. And that should be all she wrote.
While Adelaide claimed a much-needed 4 points and some confidence in Tasmania to get back on the winners list against the battling Kangas.
Laird kept on running. Inside 50 now go the Crows, and Rankin marks on his chest. And he comes with the right boots, slides it through to Isaac Rankin, and he's putting them through from all parts of Bellerive Oval. He has 4.
Hello and welcome to AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch with you on ABC Sport. As always, we love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. The 7 matches completed on an Anzac round that feels like it goes on and on and on. But today, it's the Gold Coast Suns and the West Coast Eagles from Carrara, and closing out round 7 of the AFL, Hawthorn and the Sydney Swans. The return of Lance Franklin, who's going to make an appearance at half-time. The results so far: Melbourne 43-point winners over Richmond back on Wednesday night. The Demons moved to 5-2. Collingwood and Essendon a draw 29 years on after the first Anzac Day match in front of 93,000. A big 54-point win over GWS and the Brisbane Lions. Port Adelaide with a 10-point victory over St Kilda, but it came at a cost with injuries for the Power, while Adelaide booted 20 goals to score a comfortable win over the Kangas. Geelong on top of the ladder with a 15-point win over the Blues in front of 87 at the MCG. That's 87,000. And the Dockers by 24 points over the Western Bulldogs. 3-time premiership player, Geelong premiership captain Cameron Ling is with us for another Sunday. Welcome to you, Ling. What another weekend of footy.
Oh, great to be with you, Clinchy. Good afternoon to everyone out there. Hope everybody in, Geelong, I'm in Geelong, but everyone in Melbourne and everywhere is enjoying this beautiful sunshine. It is a superb morning. We've had a great round of footy so far. I know it's felt like it's gone on a little bit, Clinchy, but some of the quality of games have been excellent. Maybe didn't start that way with that Wednesday night clash between Richmond and Melbourne, but from then onwards, we've had some good footy. The Anzac Day clash was an absolute beauty, and Geelong and Carlton yesterday at the MCG, a high-scoring, highly skilled, highly contested, high-pressure game of footy that ultimately the Cats got the win out of. But I can assure you, Clinchy, those two teams are going to see each other again come late September.
We like to start our program every Sunday with the best thing in which we've both seen. What do you feel like is the best thing you've seen across the weekend of footy?
I can't go past the Thursday, the game, the occasion, the amazing performance that was put on by two teams, where I know it's not all about football on that day, and it's more than footy and everything like that. The observance ceremony is something special to be at. But also the game lived up to it too, and I can't believe that, from that first Anzac Day clash between those two teams where it was a draw, we had another one. And we had Essendon taking probably a big step forward in their development as a team, and we had a Collingwood team who just never, ever gives up, and there's a reason why they're the reigning champs. That was just a great, great day to be a part of. I was lucky enough to be in the ABC Grandstand commentary box for that one. We got to see Mark of the Year, which will not be topped. I mean, I don't think I'm going out on a limb saying that one, it's going to take something ridiculous to top that one, so I don't think it will be. Jamie Elliott, and he slotted it. Just a magnificent day, Clinchy. What about you? What have you loved so far about this round?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you that the symbolism and the occasion when it comes to the Anzac round now, we have matches played in just about every state, and to see Canberra get their first ever Anzac Day match with the Giants and the Brisbane Lions, it's spine-tingling when you watch the lead up to Collingwood and Essendon and that Anzac Day, to think that it all started 29 years ago and we had another draw. But I guess for me, I feel like there's a bit of a gap in class which is starting to emerge, Ling, and I'm interested as to whether you agree with me. Geelong are unbeaten on the top of the ladder, 7 wins and 0 losses. GWS, with what they were able to do against the Brisbane Lions, just solidified in my mind that they are going to be a top 4 side, I think. And when they play those matches in a Giant Stadium and in Canberra, they're going to be incredibly difficult to beat. I don't think we take too much away from the Blues, but we get to see Sydney again today. I feel like there's a gap between Geelong, GWS, and then Sydney, Melbourne, who are 5-2, Port Adelaide, who are 5-2, and the Blues, who are 5-2. And then you have Essendon, 4 wins, 2 losses, and a draw, and Fremantle, who have jumped inside the top 8. So I feel like for me, I've seen enough now of Geelong to feel like they can really manage now the second half of the season. Their top form is really good, and they'll have some good challenges that come quick and fast against Collingwood. But I feel like I've seen enough to suggest that those that thought maybe the best of the Cats were gone, I'm willing to push that to one side and say they'll be a top 4 side, potentially a top 2 side now with their matches to be played at Kardinia Park. And the Giants, and me, the depth on every line for GWS just leaves me scratching my head thinking, well, they're going to be maybe the best challenger if they're all chasing Geelong at this stage of the season.
I don't disagree with you on either of those two teams, Clinchy, but the only thing I'd push back on is I don't think there's a gap after those two. I think that Blues team yesterday, I walked away, I jumped in the car with the kids, and I said to them, I tell you what, we just saw 2 outstanding teams play each other there, and we were a little lucky. And this is me as a supporter being at the ground yesterday with my kids. I said we were a little lucky to get that win, and we will be seeing them again. I know they've got to play later on in the year anyway, but we will be seeing them again in September. I don't think the gap's much between Geelong and Carlton, so I throw Carlton in that group very much, and I think with Port Adelaide's midfield, though, we've got a couple of injury issues that have popped up now. We'll talk with Jake Nile about those a little bit later on in the show. There's no clear gap for me yet, Clinchy. I think Geelong and GWS deserve what you're talking about, but I don't think much has opened up yet. I think I saw a Carlton team that, even the first quarter yesterday, 5 goals 2 to the Cats to 2 goals 8 to the Blues. Now, everyone can say bad goal kicking is bad footy. Sure, I cop that, but I reckon with just a touch more composure, Carlton win that game yesterday, and it would have been a ripping win by Carlton, and it was a ripping win by Geelong in reality. So I reckon we saw 2 of the very, very best teams go at it, together with the Giants. I think Melbourne are always going to be a hard out, and I think Port are very good. And I stick to the fact that Collingwood will eventually come and be flying home like horse racing better than me, Clinchy. I'm not even going to try and guess the name of a horse. I'll go back to Phar Lap because I love that movie. But Phar Lap flying down the outside on the Flemington Straight, I think that's going to be Collingwood by the end of the year.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I just think with the Cats to take on Melbourne next week, Port Adelaide, all of a sudden, the questions around their injury front, and as you said, we'll touch on that with Jake Nile at the back end of the program. The Gold Coast Suns, which is going to be a good challenge in Darwin, and GWS. So it's an interesting sort of 3 or 4 week block, and I thought the first challenge were the Blues. And yes, Carlton have some injuries, so before the Carlton fans jump on the SMS and remind us of that, I think the Blues will get better in the second half of the season. But I was more in the camp yesterday that it said a lot about Geelong and their ability to be a main threat, a premiership contender this year, than maybe about Carlton, who I think by the back end of the season, they might surpass Geelong. Who knows? But at this stage, I have Geelong and GWS a gap to the rest.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. I think Carlton's midfield yesterday was just brilliant. Paddy Cripps, not that we needed a single reminding about this, but he was unbelievable. 29 disposals, 2 goals, 8 clearances, 8 inside 50s, which I love. When Paddy Cripps is playing like that, getting the ball inside 50 and kicking goals, that's when he's true next level as a midfielder. He does all that amazing work in the congestion, in the clearances, but when he's also getting to the outside of the stoppage, he's superb. Sam Walsh continues his amazing, just hitting the ground running. Akers off the wing. I thought Hewitt and Kennedy's effort through there. Pittonet destroyed them in the ruck early on. Just played a brilliant game. So they dominated the clearances in the early part of the game. They dominated the contested possessions. They dominated the inside 50s. I know what everyone can push back on is, well, you got to finish your work. Sure, no worries. But I think I observed a very, very good Carlton team playing against a very, very good Geelong team. I got no worries saying that those two are going to be featuring in prelim finals come the end of the year.
The voice of Cameron Ling alongside Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday. And the Cats, who were able to pass the test yesterday, their 7th win on the trot to lay the foundations for the potential return to finals footy. A man who played a key part in it was Mitch Duncan. He's been good enough to join us the day after. Mitch, welcome. Thanks so much for your time. It must have felt like a finals-like atmosphere out there on the MCG. Did it feel like a significant win to you?
Thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was obviously a massive crowd, which is obviously awesome to play in front of. I think 87,000 Cats home game. A lot of Cats down up the highway. So yeah, it was a finals-like game. I think. Obviously, the pressure was quite high. A lot of stoppages, and as I was just listening then, we probably got done in the stoppages quite convincingly. But yeah, we were able to finish our work and rebound off our halfback quite well, which is pleasing.
There were so many twists and turns throughout the contest, and you obviously started well. Carlton came flying home late. What's the key from your point of view, with your experience, your consistency, to try and keep your composure in those sort of last 5 or 6 minutes when the Blues are flying at you?
Yeah, it was a bit nerve-wracking there. They managed to kick 3 or 4 in about 3 or 4 minutes, which got them right back in the game. I think we did have a 30 to 35 point lead there towards the end of the game. So no, you just kind of got to stick to the process and trust the system works. We do practice scenario based training, so we kind of go back into that mode, and that's where the leaders need to get together and get everyone on the same page and just stem their momentum. And I think we did that with a few minutes to go, and we were able to kick one ourselves, which really settled us down and got the momentum back with us. And yeah, it was a pleasing result in the end after a tough game.
Mitch, great effort yesterday, a terrific game of footy, and do really appreciate you joining us this morning. I know you're juggling 4 young kids at home after a big game of footy, so do appreciate it very, very much. I thought when, as I was talking before, the inside 50s, I think you were minus 21 for the game, so there was a lot of pressure on that back line yourself, but I also want to pump up Jake Kolodjasny, Zach Guthrie and Jack Henry's performances there. No Tom Stewart, so they had to almost shuffle over and help young Sam De Koning out. Those 3 in particular I just thought was outstanding in holding up under all that pressure. What did you see from those guys as far as taking over some of the leadership and responsibility back there?
Yeah, I thought Collar was huge on Curnow, especially in the first half anyway. It actually didn't feel like they were getting lots of entries. I don't know, maybe it was just because of the scoreboard, the way it was and things like that. But yeah, the Danmore held up unbelievably well. Obviously, you lose a player like Tom Stewart. Everyone's kind of just got to, keep working together and nullify the dangerous forwards and the pressure on the ball obviously helped as well, and which has been a big focus for us. So, but yeah, those players you said, I thought, yeah, Jack Henry was really good. Zach Guthrie just continues to be so reliable down there. Cam Guthrie coming back in and having a great game as well. First game in a long time. So yeah, they were just rotating and the confidence that those boys get now, especially after the start of the year, and I suppose the chemistry that they're building down there is great.
So much of your responsibility, Mitch, is that to be that really dynamic ball user off half-back, and you do it so well. Carlton had 24 tackles inside their forward 50. Did you sense that heat coming at you, and how were you still able to sort of pick through and be really efficient exiting defensive 50?
I remember sitting on the bench and I actually looked up and I saw that stat. They had 24 tackles inside 50, and we'd only had about 5 maybe. But yeah, I suppose it's just getting over and supporting your teammates, and the more numbers you can get around the ball, obviously helps out whether it's a small handball, then you're getting tackled. But yeah, as I said, it was a really high pressure game, and I thought Carlton played maybe that in a little bit of patches, and then once we kind of broke that, first tackle, first line, we were able to go down and get it inside 50 and score. So it was a bit of a fine balance with how fast we want to attack and, whether we go into a different mode. But, yeah, their pressure was immense, all game.
Mitch Duncan has joined us from Geelong on AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling are with you. Mitch, Jeremy Cameron became the 36th player to score 600 goals. He's rapidly making up ground. Michael Roach on 607. Of course, everyone's chasing Tony Lockett. His 4th year in the hoops. What would you describe the position in which he plays in this Geelong lineup? He was able to take 17 disposals, 9 marks and 5 goals, and yet every time you looked up, he was in a different spot on the ground.
Oh, that's the uniqueness of him, and which probably makes him such a dangerous opponent to play on, and that's why, if not the best player in the comp, he's very, very high up there, because he can just play in variety of positions. He's got an amazing field kick, let alone kicking for goal. So we need to utilise that at times. He's got a big engine, so he can work over his opponent. I often see him down in the back line too, helping out, especially towards the end of quarters. Yeah, he's just a unique player, and someone that I'm privileged to play with. I've played with a lot of good players, and it continues to happen. So very fortunate to be at Geelong and, playing the big games like this and play with some great players.
So does he have the ultimate licence? He just seizes the sense of the moment of the game and can work his way into defence. Is there much instruction that takes place as to his role?
No, not really. He's actually a very smart footballer as well, and does play on instinct a little bit, but can read the game as well as anyone. So it's a little bit of his decision. I think him and the coaches have a little bit of a chat, but a bit of roaming Jerry, as Dr. likes to call it. He's got a licence to do just about whatever he wants.
Why not? Why not when you can move like that, Clinchy? That'd be very, very nice. Mitch, unfortunately, one of the sour things from yesterday's game was the skipper, Paddy, who was playing like a man possessed until he had to go off the ground and get subbed off. He was a beast in those contests. When that happens and you lose still such an important player and a captain, is there any flow and effect? Is there anything you have to talk to the group about as you being one of those experienced leaders to somebody to pick up the slack, or is it just understood, righto, next man up?
Well, it is a little bit next man up. We had Tom Atkins as our sub last week, so we bring on another bull just that can, do very similar things around the contest that Pat can do. But, Pat was having a great game around the contest. And, I think that's one of the main reasons Carlton probably got that clearance ascendancy. It was nearly after he went off. So he was having a massive influence on the game. In terms of the leadership stuff, I had to play a different position, I had to go more forward. So just having the ability to change mid-game. And then, everyone just kind of rallies around it and picks up the slack for just like what I was saying about Tom Stewart. Everyone just has to kind of buy in a little bit more to what needs to be done and share the load. And I think that's where we've grown a lot, is our depth throughout this year. Park back in the side and playing some great footy. Jack Bowes, I think, is taking his game to another level. We've got Tom Atkins, Tanner Bruin's gone to another level as well. So there's a growth there. The great Nigel Lappin has put in a great amount of work with our younger guys and helping develop them as much as us older players as well. Try our best.
And the challenges don't stop coming. Melbourne on Saturday night at the MCG before a big Friday night clash at home at Kardinia Park against Port Adelaide. What do you do today to recover from a game like that? Do you, with a brand new baby, young Parker, and then and that's number 4, do you escape the house for the day, Mitch, or are you at home on duty?
Oh, I'm just sitting out in the sun at the minute. It's beautiful down here in Geelong at the moment, so... I'll take it easy today, a bit of family time, maybe sneak in a couple of cold refreshments towards the end of the day just to wind down and enjoy the weekend, and then back into it on Monday. We've got a great month of footy coming up. It's great for our fans and great for us. A lot of challenges, a lot of excitement. So just keep rolling with the momentum and keep learning and doing the best we can. That's all we can ask for.
And that's what we're trying to work out, I guess, Mitch, with wins over St Kilda, Adelaide, Hawthorn, the Western Bulldogs, North Melbourne and Brisbane. You beat Carlton, which is the first of the sides inside the top 8. It's a challenging month with Melbourne, Port Adelaide, the Gold Coast and GWS to come. You don't have to look too far back to remember Geelong as a powerhouse in 2022, having won the premiership. How good do you feel like this side is at the moment?
Well, I think what I just spoke about, I think the depth has really come back. Last year we had a few injuries and the depth probably got challenged a little bit, but, that could have been a stepping stone for where we are now as well. So I think that's a big reason. We've improved. Obviously, we had a bit of a longer preparation. I think our coaches are coaching really well, Scotty and his team. So, it's just there's a good vibe at the minute. Everyone's willing to learn and work hard. And I think they're the key things you got to do, obviously, to keep improving, and the comp's so even, so you just got to be on your game right from the start, and I think we started games really well as well, so gets us in a good frame of mind.
Now, you get the opportunity to play in front of big crowds at the MCG, but you also got the chance to have the microphone when Tom Hawkins played his 350th game and do a little one-on-one. Is this an area in which you think you might be going to post-career? I know Lingy sort of got a fair bit of territory down there in Geelong when it comes to the media, but is this something you'd be interested in doing?
Oh, I can't say I'm great when I was speaking to Carl. I couldn't even watch that back with what I was doing there. But
did you get nervous?
Oh, it's not so much nervous. It's just, I don't know. I get a bit cringy listening to my own voice. So I don't think the media's for me just at the minute. I think I'm going to stick to the footy side and potentially go down the coaching route and down into this management at some stage too. I have a really keen interest there. So we'll just see how it all pans out and see if it would be nice to stay at Geelong, but I suppose there's a few other clubs there that need some coaches as well.
It would be a very, very good football brain, Clinchy, for anyone to grab a hold of. And I'm happy to hand the microphone over to Mitch whenever he wants, but I think coaching and also list management, you would be outstanding at that, Mitch. So I like the sound of that. Don't steal my job just yet. It's,
I don't think the media's for me, Lingy, so you're safe. You just might have to watch out for Patrick Dangerfield when he finishes, and I think he's doing some great things in the media at the minute.
He is. He certainly is. And Paddy will definitely be in there.
A bit confident, Isaac Smith. He's a bit too confident at the minute. You've got to bring him down a peg.
And I guess finally, Mitch, as we let you go, and I guess the reference to winning your opening 7 games, the management in which Geelong have been able to have with your players over the age of 30, how open is that conversation in terms of having a rest at the right time? And I guess now with Danger having done his hamstring, the club has the opportunity to try and make sure, and Cam Guthrie, it sounds like, did a lot of training before he was right to go yesterday to make sure your players are in the peak of their fitness when they return to the AFL side.
Yeah, I think it would be spoken about weekly, to be honest. Not necessarily with the players and coaches, because you don't want players thinking, oh, geez, when am I going to get rested? They should just be keen to keep playing, and then, the call gets made for them. And then you have the conversation where how your body's going and things like that. But they're continually happening in the background. We are competitive, so we don't like missing games. So kind of got to get taken out of our hands to a degree. So. But as I said, the combos are always happening, and Scotty hasn't shied away to say that we'll be managing our list to be able to perform when it counts.
Mitch, as always, we really appreciate your times and your insights. Enjoy your Sunday afternoon, and good luck against the Demons next Saturday night.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Mitch Duncan from the Cats joining us on AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you. Here was the assessment of the coach, Chris Scott, following Geelong's victory.
We thought the game, even though we had a bit of a buffer on the scoreboard for most of the game, did ebb and flow a little bit, and it wasn't completely unexpected that they would come late. I didn't think we handled it as well as we would have liked to, especially when we got out to circa 30 points in front. But you just know with their weapons that if you make a few errors, they're capable of capitalising, which they did. But then the last sort of 3 minutes or so, I thought we stiffened up a little bit and played the situation quite smartly.
Geelong coach Chris Scott. Michael Voss, he wasn't accepting any excuses when it came to his sides and their result yesterday.
We shouldn't need the game to get to that stage to feel like we need to snatch it. So in some ways you get deserve what you get. I don't want us to settle that it was a good effort or it was close. It was unacceptable. And we've got to be better. So Geelong is currently top of the ladder, but we'd like to think we benchmark ourselves off our own standards, and we fell below those tonight on defending. So we've got to be better.
Carlton coach Michael Voss there, and I guess the inside 50s was the point he was referencing. 66-45. They scored from just 45% of the inside 50s. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Hi guys, what do you reckon? Pies or Blues next week? I think I know who you are going to say. Geelong may have the marker for sides, how they manage their club, their strategies and their players. That's from Phil in Victoria. I'm guessing you're with the Cats next week, Lee, against Melbourne. And how do you see the Blues and the Pies?
Oh, well, as a monster game, a huge game, one I can't wait for. I'm getting to work at that one on Friday night. It'll be brilliant. I think the Cats can get Melbourne because of their scoring ability, definitely, but that'll be another great contest. I think right now, on pure form, Carlton are a little bit ahead of Collingwood. That's just on form. I'm not saying that's what it's going to end by come the end of the year, because as I said, I think Collingwood are going to come like a freight train. But I think Carlton are just a little bit ahead. Yeah, I reckon they can test the Pies big time. But that's a huge game. Friday night, Saturday night, MCG. Wow, big games from both those games.
Liv from Marupna. It's cliche, but bad kicking is bad footy, and my Blues play at the price. The next few weeks will really tell us what sort of season Carlton will have, fingers crossed. A lifelong Blues fan, I think the Blues are susceptible down back, conceded basically 100 points in the past 3 weeks. Let North Melbourne score their second highest score for the season. A couple of close wins might have made Carlton look stronger than they actually are. That's from Matt. And Dan says, talking about midfielders, nice reminder as to how good Nat Fyfe can be. Well, that's certainly a nice segue with Freo back on the winners list after a couple of close losses and then the Derby disaster against the West Coast Eagles. Nat Fyfe had 15 disposals in the first quarter, 30 for the match, his most since 2019. And he led the way against an inaccurate Bulldogs side in the third quarter. And plenty of questions asked for Luke Beveridge in the post-match.
Yeah, it was a strange game, wasn't it? I mean, the domination of the Fremantle midfielders around the ball was so impressive. You mentioned Fyfe getting a heap, but Caleb Serong, 37 disposals, 17 clearances. That is ridiculous. And they dominated the clearances, throwing Brayshaw getting 30 as well. It was a midfield brilliant performance by Fremantle, but the Dogs were never really out of it, and I know the scoreboard said that, but that they found easier ways to score at times. Although Bailey Dale again improved, given when he was dropped, or should I say, played as the sub. His last 2 weeks have been really, really good. So the Dogs were there, but then just couldn't quite make that jump. And Fremantle, just on the back of that control through the middle of the ground, they provided themselves with enough scoring opportunities. I don't think I left watching that game jumping up and down about either team. I think they're both good teams without being great teams yet. A much-needed win for Fremantle, but I didn't watch that and think, oh, yeah, here we go. This is the Fremantle that I expected coming into the year. I had Freo making the finals before the season. I thought they were really on the way up. I've been disappointed about the way they've played. I was happy for them last night, but there's still a way to go.
I'm on watch with the Dogs. Here was Luke Beveridge.
But ultimately, I think if you look at the opportunities for both teams, they absolutely deserve the win, and we've just got to look optimistically at this week and into the future, and continue to evolve and forge a new identity. We didn't help ourselves tonight because we didn't get the result, but and everyone will learn for that, not just young players. So we'll prepare well and look to Hawthorn as another challenge.
The Dockers 4-3. The Western Bulldogs are 3-4, and some questions for the Western Bulldogs in terms of trying to find their consistency. They take on the Hawks, as Bevo mentioned there, from Docklands on Sunday. As always, we'd love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. A cheerio. Sitting here with my 6-month-old listening to the excellent work, boys. 2 weeks ago, I thought the Roos were in a far better position than their rebuild than the Eagles, but now they look miles behind it. We'll get the thoughts on the Kangas in just a moment. The chief football writer for the Age newspaper in Melbourne, Jake Niall, is going to join us. There's some key talking points to work our way through. Jake Higgins and his 3-match suspension. All that more still to come on AFL Sunday.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country. Hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch, Cameron Lynn and Jake Niall.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have your company on this Sunday. There's no late changes for the match we head to next up. The Gold Coast Suns taking on the West Coast Eagles. David Swallow, the sub for the Suns, and Dom Sheed for the West Coast Eagles. Were you disappointed that Harley Reid got rested? I mean, it would have been a great occasion to see him travel with his West Coast Eagles Chargers after a couple of wins and tested against the Sydney Swans, but I understand with a young superstar, you've got to look after them.
Against the Suns?
Yeah.
You're right. I think management comes first. I'm like everyone was getting caught up in the hype of the Harley Reid hype and loving it. So I want to see more of it. But no, I go back to my early days of being coached by Bomber Thompson, and he would have a clear plan in place for his young players. A first to second year, Joel Corey, Paul Chapman, Joel Selwood, Tom Hawkins. Years later, it would be, no, I can see their load of training and the game loads are this, therefore I'm just going to rest them here, because it's not about them just getting game. Now it's about this journey where they're going to take them on and try and hit this massive peak. So it's the right call, but that doesn't mean I want to see him. I want to watch him play more.
Absolutely. Jake Niall is the chief footy writer for the Age newspaper in Melbourne. He joins us every Sunday. Jake, welcome to you.
Thanks, Clinchy. Lee.
How impressed were you with Geelong's win yesterday? I've got them and GWS as opening up a gap between the rest in the fight for the 8. How do you kind of see it?
Well, I didn't have Geelong, in contention before the season, and I've been very impressed by what they've done and the regeneration of their lists sort of on the fly. They missed the finals last year, and I think that they're still getting a hell of a lot out of their veterans, and they've got, obviously, in the draft of 2019 and 2020, and with their late first-round picks, they got Max Holmes in 2020, and they got Sam de Koning in 2019. And I think those players, along with the development of players like Brian Myers, like you wouldn't have said Brian Myers was a top-line player. You would have said he was a bottom end of their 22 player, but he's emerged as certainly at least in the middle bracket of their players and very valuable. So they've done this with very good list management and, of course, management of their veterans, because they seem to get a lot out of older players, notwithstanding Dangerfield's injury. And Jeremy Cameron's 31, Lingy, and he may be the best forward in the game still.
Does feel like that, you're right.
They're certainly maximising their list down the highway in Geelong. Jack Higgins has been handed, Jake, a 3-match ban for his tackle on Aliir on Friday night. Higgins slung Aliir to the Adelaide Oval turf in the second quarter. The defender's head slamming the ground. Unfortunately, he was subbed out of the match. The action has been graded as careless conduct, severe impact and high contact by the match review officer, leading to a hefty suspension. Do you imagine St Kilda will try their arm at the tribunal to argue this? And what would they try and argue, would you think?
Well, they haven't given word yet. I think the chances are high that they will, because you'd argue it's a free swing to actually challenge it. But I don't think they'll beat it. Because the player, Aliir, was knocked out. And in the current environment, there's no doubt it's a suspension. So what you're really doing is, if you go to the tribunal, you're trying to get it knocked down to 1 or 2 weeks, aren't you? You're not but probably 2. You're not going to get it overturned, I don't think.
You're trying to bring it back from that severe impact, aren't you, Jake? That would be the part of it.
You're trying to go from severe to the next grading down. And I don't think that will happen because the player was knocked out. And I think that, you can argue around careless. Well, not really. It's a careless tackle. It's worth weeks. I'm not even sure St Kilda will probably do it, but I don't think they'll succeed, would be my call on this. Yeah. It's not in the shade of grey that those 2 cases that the Giants had last week, where the Giants would have gone into that thinking they could win either of the cases. And, of course, they got the result with Jesse Hogan and not with Toby Green.
It's such a tough... I still see this tackle. I mean, there's the obvious ones for me that clearly are out of there. Just for our listeners out there, when we're talking about tackles, if you get a little opportunity, please do me a favour and check out. So I think it's Hollands for Carlton, and Jake Kolodjasny is tackling him, and he consciously stands up as a stand-up tackle. His next motion had to be bringing Hollands to ground to stop Hollands from being able to kick the ball, and he ends up kicking a goal, if anyone can remember what I'm talking about. But it was Kolodjasny's decision to not bring him to ground, which would have been a dumping motion, that ends up costing his team a goal. Hollands is still strong enough to kick the ball and kick a goal. So players are thinking, I don't want to tackle them to ground, but also know if I don't tackle them to ground, they're going to get a disposal away, and that's going to hurt the team. So they're going to have to be so careful where do you take them to ground and risk the dump, or do you just purely stand up tackle and then risk the opposition getting a clear disposal and hurting the team? And that's the hard one. Coaches will always say probably tackle to ground because I don't want to give up a goal. But Jack Higgins,
can I just jump in there, Lingy? I appreciate what you're saying, but I would also think this is really important for everyone who follows the game, that tackling is not a core skill. Tackling, people don't go to the footy to watch tackling. Tackling, I don't put marking, like contesting the ball to win the ball, marking, kicking, handball, particularly contesting the ball and winning the ball and using the ball. Those are what I would call primary skills. Tackling is a negation of those things. So I don't see it as something that deserves special reverence, in my view.
Jake Niles with us on AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch alongside Cameron Ling. Interesting, we were just talking about the Western Bulldogs before you jumped on, Jake. A 24-point win for the Fremantle Dockers, but there was a bizarre set of circumstances where Marcus Bontempelli was sort of stuck off the field in the final term. I think it was 7 minutes he was off the ground. Is there sort of an argument now with some of the rotations that the best players in your side, they really need to rest forward just to make sure they're not in that scenario?
Well, yeah, this is a curious one because it was 7 minutes that Bontempelli was off the field, and it's in the last quarter. And it's arguably, look at the record, the best player in the competition just about over the last 4 years. And there he is, the game in the balance, and he's off the field, not for 2 minutes, not for 3 minutes, for 7 minutes. The ball stuck over the other side. I have not gathered that there was a problem with Bontempelli's body to any great degree. Certainly, I'd say they want him out there, and even if you get him out there, even in the forward line, Lingy.
Yeah.
What do you make of this? Is there something clubs can do better when the ball's stuck over there? What's your view?
Possibly, but I mean the thing is, no midfielder can be the best player in the competition if they stay on the ground for too long. 100% game time is not achievable, not possible in modern footy with the amount of running that even the forwards have to do. So they have to take their rotation. The clubs need to have clever ways, and you might call it sneaky ways, of getting a player off when the ball's stuck on the other side of the ground. Use one of your medical staff or whatever it needs to be. I know that's against the rules, but let's not kid ourselves. They all have sneaky little ways of doing it. Someone just needs to get off there and turn that into... It's not... I will push back. It is not achievable to have a 2 or 3 minute break. That does nothing. It's not in the rotation. He needs to be fresh. But instead of it being 7 to 8 minutes, make sure it's 5 minutes. Marcus Bontempelli, as great as he is, needs a 5 minute break on the bench if he's going to continue to be great. But clubs need to have a sneaky way of making sure that rotation happens depending where the play is on the ground.
I suppose if a goal's kicked, that's your best chance.
Absolutely.
That's when you do get him out. But sometimes you have that. It's amazing how often the ball gets stuck at one side and there's a bunch of stoppages or just kick to kick out of the other side. It happens quite a bit.
The Port Adelaide coach, Ken Hinkley, he was a guest on AFL Saturday. They had a crucial win over St Kilda, get their 5th win of the season ahead of the showdown next week against Adelaide. He was asked as to where he views Port Adelaide at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think the simple answer is that's one I have to agree with, and I do agree with it. We've still got to close the gap between the best teams in the comp on their day and on our day. We know that our best day is very much capable of beating any team in the competition. We've only got to look back to Melbourne in round 3, who are now one of, I don't know if they're one of the best teams in the comp or not, but we dominated that game. We didn't win on the scoreboard. Now, that doesn't mean we can't beat Melbourne, but we didn't. So I live with that. Collingwood absolutely got hold of us. We put 6 goals to 1 on them in the first quarter. It makes me feel like we can compete with them. Yes, we got our treatment handed to us in the second and third quarter, and we have to live with that. That's a really good team at their powerful best, taking us on in a really even competition, and we failed the test. That does not give me one bit of doubt that we're not capable of competing right to the end.
So it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks with Aaliyah set to miss with concussion, Connor Rozee with a hamstring injury, Darcy Byrne-Jones looked concerned as well, and the sad news that Sam Powell-Pepper has suffered an ACL injury. Kenny was taking all the questions yesterday. If there was any questions or concerns around his coaching future, he was happy to answer them.
What do you need me to clear up? That would be my first question, because I think we've been really clear that I'm contracted for the next couple of years to coach the footy club. I have no end date. When that end date comes, if it happened to be that someone like Josh Carr was good enough to take over, he would have 100% my support, because I love the way he goes about things. I haven't put in my resignation. I haven't put in my timeline that I'm finishing. I've put in my energy to make sure that I coach and do what I can to, 1, help this club get to where we want to go, and 2, help every person that I work with improve their own careers.
Ken Hinkley and Adam Kingsley were yesterday on AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. It's available wherever you get your podcast from and under the ABC Listen app. Does that clear it up for you, Lingy?
It just keeps it clear in my mind that I love Ken Hinkley. I love Ken Hinkley as a coach, how honest he is. Jake, that's as clear as you get, isn't it? He's the coach. They love Josh Carr, and at some time in the future, there would probably be a whole lot of support for Josh Carr. But Kenny's being very clear that he is the coach, and he's feeling great and energetic about that. There's no grey area for me. Is there for you?
The only thing is results. There's some of these decisions make themselves. But, yeah, I think Port Adelaide, to their credit and Ken's credit, have been very clear on this. And because they've got Josh Carr sitting there, in a funny way, that actually puts Ken in an easier position than a coach under pressure where there isn't a semi-nominated successor. This is not a formal arrangement, but Port Adelaide have been pretty clear, and Ken's been pretty clear, that Josh Carr is, odds on to get the nod when he goes. I think in a strange way that actually makes it clearer than, say, the situation with Luke Beveridge, where Luke Beveridge is contracted for next year, but I think that's up in the air. I don't think that's a clear-cut thing at all.
So I think we're all convinced enough that we can see the direction in which Port Adelaide are heading, and it was great to hear from Ken Hinkley yesterday. A couple of quick ones to finish with, yes or no sort of answers or short answers from Lingy and Jake. The draw, Lingy, you're happy to stay with the draw result during the home and away season?
Absolutely. I love it as a quirk of our game. I love the fact that grand finals, there aren't draws now, extra time there. But I love it during the season. I love the ladder quirks that now exist because of it. Please keep it for me.
Jake?
Keep the draw. It's actually, that game is far more memorable on Anzac Day for the fact that it was a draw as the original game was in 1995.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think we have a draw during the home and away season. It serves its purpose. Yep, in finals we need extra time. It's unusual we have 3 different results, as is on grand final day, but that's just the quirk of our system. Jamie Elliott with the Mark of the Year early contender. Here it was as called by Corby on ABC Sport.
Going. Marks in front of the benches. Comes back inboard. Kicks inside the forward 50. Jamie Elliott with the air raid. Leaps up on the shoulders and takes a hanger on Anzac Day. Oh, you saw that coming a long way back. Used Benny McKay as he stepped ladder. And Jamie Elliott with one for the ages.
So, Lingy and Jake, what do you give that mark out of 10? And when you think of Mark of the Year, your favourite of all time, what comes springing to mind, Lingy?
Oh, how can it not be a 10? What is it, 9.95? It's and he went back and nailed it. The occasion, the size of the player he did it on, 202 centimetres. And, I don't know, as close to a 10 as you can possibly give, but maybe we've got to leave a little room for something else. Gary Moorcroft's sticks out in my mind. Shea Bolton's a couple of years ago was pretty amazing as well. I go back to some of Gary Senior's in my childhood as some of the greatest ever, though most will say that mark he took over Gary Purdy never actually held on to, which everyone might have a point on that one. But, Jake, that's as good as you get, isn't it?
Pretty much. It's classical because he holds the ball and he marks on a 200-centimetre player. And he uses a little bit of Warwick Capper hands, just a tiny bit, to sort of steady himself as he's launching up. But then he gets high and he clunks it over his head, not on the chest, and carries it to the ground. There's no dropping or spilling like, famously Stephen Silvani over Craig Starcevich, or even Michael Roach mark, where he's up even higher. So I think it's an absolute classic mark, and given the occasion, it'll take some beating for Mark of the Year. The mark I think some of the pack marks where people marked as high in a pack would be slightly better, but there's not many of them. One that comes to mind, Lingy, for me would be Sean Smith this is way back, 1995, I think, at the Gabba. Just an incredible mark. That one was very hard to beat. And great Alex Jesaulenko took a number of marks that were in packs that were very high, not including the supposed mark of the century over Jerker Jenkins.
I can remember an Alistair Lynch mark as well that was a beauty, but I can't believe out of all the names we mentioned, we haven't mentioned Tony Modra as well for some of the grabs he took. Oh, you could get us started on this, Clinchy. We could go for another hour.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you. It's got to be a 9.5 out of 10 for the occasion and everything, and being able to take it on Ben Mackay's shoulders. I'm though with you, Lingy. Tony Modra used to do that every second week. It shows what a luxury we had and how much we took it for granted that we had a player who was able to do that on a regular occasion. Probably the one that always springs to my mind is Liam Jarrah. I think that's as high as I've ever seen a player get. And Liam Ryan, obviously, great to see him return as well. We've missed what he brings to the game, so that is something to certainly look forward to. Just as I let you go, Jake, I want to ask a question I posed to Brent Harvey yesterday. He's in a tough position at the moment. He still works at North Melbourne one day a week, but the Kangas are still searching for their first win of the season. They do have the likes of Liam Shields on their list, Hugh Greenwood, Jaden Stevenson, and I was wondering with Boomer, Lingy, are you better off playing those experienced guys to try and get a win, or is Clarko better off, battening down the hatches and going, no, I'm playing the youth, and if we don't get a win all season, so be it?
It has to be a blend for me. You can't put young guys out there and purely set them up where it's too big a task. So you need to combine the two, but you need games into young players. So no, I wouldn't stack it with all the experienced players. Definitely not, Clinchy. So you need the games in, but you need them supported by some stronger, mature bodies, some older heads who can understand situations. It's a constant blend. Maybe when they get a little sniff of a team, they might have a really good shot against you. You maybe load up one or two more. But the most important thing for that group is games in those young players.
I don't know how you view it, Jake, but it's like watching a car with flashing lights everywhere at the moment. They're undersized in defence. They got beaten in the clearances, 44-35. The inside 50 is 60-41 Adelaide's way. And the Crows took 24 marks from their 60 inside 50s. At times it looks like a training drill because they are so inexperienced in defence.
Yeah, the defence is the biggest issue because on paper, I think their midfield with Davies Uniacke, if he performs and plays really well, is the best part of their side, and they've got Nick Larkey in attack. And Cherry has been pretty good in the ruck. So it's the defence and the defensive actions. They're all over the field, and ability to defend is the main issue. No, I'm with Lingy. I think you've got to have experienced players. And, you go back to Jack Watts. Would Jack Watts' career have been different if he'd been at Hawthorn like Jack Gunston? Like I always think of that as an example of why you need an infrastructure of experience around young players.
It's a good question to leave us with. Thanks, Jake. We look forward to chatting again next Sunday.
Thanks, guys.
Jake Niall, the chief footy reporter for The Age newspaper in Melbourne, joining us on AFL Sunday. I don't know if that sort of prompted where you wanted to go with your final word, Lingy, but of course we close each program on a Sunday with Lingy's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and the Geelong Football Club.
Dane Swan, toughest opponent. Probably Cameron Ling. Ben Cousins, toughest opponent. Cameron Ling.
Thank you, Swanee. Thank you, Cuz. I love that. Keep playing those, Clitchy. I like them. No, it does roll on. My last word for what we were just talking with Jake about there, and it's related to North Melbourne. But it also looks into the future. So North Melbourne are in all sorts right now. I get that at 0-7. It is not pretty. I want to float this, Clinchy. And this is, I'm going to call it the Tasmanian list rules when the Tassie team comes in. If a team has finished bottom 4 for 3 years, any 3 years, in the period of 2023 to 2027, so that's a 5-year block, then those teams who fit into that category, those players cannot be acquired by Tassie under whatever the free agency rules that Tasmania are going to have to them. Because that period, as Tassie joined the competition, and those players that let's use North Melbourne as the example. None of their players who will be entering years perhaps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 should be able to be acquired as they're about to hit their prime by Tassie, because we need those teams to start improving. We need those teams, the Davies Uniacke and Phillips and Powell and all these different players, Wardlaws, to be entering their prime and a really competitive North Melbourne in that period. They can't be the teams that get picked apart by Tasmania. Otherwise, they're going to live the next 15 years, 20 years, right down the bottom of the ladder. So I think there should be some formation around, and I'm throwing up bottom 4 for a 3-year period, any 3-year period of the years 2023 to 2027. Extend it out if you want, 2022 to 2027, whatever it is. Those teams should not be allowed to have any players acquired by Tasmania. What do you think about that, Clinchy?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think having a sustained period in which you've been down the bottom of the ladder, we want equalisation in our game. The challenge is that the answers aren't as easy as just giving them a number 1 draft pick or even a draft pick at the end of the first round, because I think what we've seen with Geelong and the successful sides is it's drafting and free agency. It's not just one or the other. And the hard part for North Melbourne is they need those marquee talent to try and draw players from other clubs. And Nick Larkey is committed till 2029, but I'm just not sure North are moving anywhere quickly in the right direction, and I just feel like it's going to be a tough season for their fans.
No, it's not going to move quickly. It just simply isn't. And remember they tried that where they thought, let's go get a bunch of free agents. Let's get Jared Pollock and Jasper Pittard, and just mistake. So it's a slow build, but when Tassie comes into the competition, the talent of the competition just gets diluted briefly. So a couple of teams get their top-line players picked off. You know, when the Suns came in, the Cats lost to Gary Ablett Jr. When the Giants came in, Melbourne had Scully taken from them and things like that. So let those teams who are mid-range and above get diluted slightly, picked apart by Tassie, and try to get them recruited there. Sorry to all of those teams. But don't let North Melbourne and West Coast, those teams that have just been horrid for a big period of time, get completely picked apart. Otherwise, they're going to live at the bottom for a long, long time. And, I mean, even if you don't barrack for them, we want the competition to improve as a whole, and we need competitive teams. You can't have teams going 0-7, 0-8, 0-9 through the season. It's not good. So North Melbourne's chance is for those players to be entering, the players playing now, to be entering their peaks when Tassie briefly dilute some of the other teams, and that's North Melbourne's chance to slingshot up the ladder quickly, as long as they haven't been picked apart.
Yeah. That's Cameron Ling with his last word for this Sunday on the SMS 0437 774 774. Gary Moorcroft 2014 just comes through as a suggestion. Yes. Hi guys, Jamie Elliott. We need to remember he's just a small forward, and I do feel sorry, this is from Am in Melbourne, for the poor bloke who's underneath him when he is taking these high marks. The look on Bobby Hill's face when he was ready to crumb was priceless too. Couldn't believe what his mate Elliott was doing. That's from Cheryl as well. Why are you guys glossing over Sydney as not in the premiership conversation? They are constantly overlooked. Well, we did make a reference they're playing today, so we'll get another good look at them.
It's a good point, though. They are definitely in that contention as well. Sorry for not mentioning them.
And Janine says, need to judge with perspective. Out of Geelong's 7 wins, they've only played one team currently in the 8, and the Giants have 6 wins, all against teams currently in the bottom 8. So, yep, definitely a good point to make, because we will get a better gauge in the next 3 or 4 weeks as to where sides sit. We're off to the Gold Coast Suns and the West Coast Eagles. Thank you, Lingy. We look forward to doing it again next Sunday.
Thank you, Clinchy. Great day. I'm going to go out and enjoy a bit of sunshine. Beautiful.
Yes, do so. Ben Cameron and Michael Price to pick up the commentary. Right with you next, Matthew Primus and Jeff White alongside Jamie Stanton on the boundary. I'm heading to the MCG to join Corbin Middlemass, Brett Delidio and Brad Sewell. The Hawks and the Swans to close round 7. Lance Franklin's going to make a return. I'm sure we'll have some fun with Buddy throughout the call as he'll get on it at halftime in that match between Hawthorn and Sydney. Wherever you're listening around the country, enjoy your afternoon with us on ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Anzac Day round.
Something big is coming, I know.
Two rapidly improving teams. The early game on the Sunday slate. It's the Coast Cup, the Gold Coast against the West Coast. Welcome to Carrara. Ben Cameron and Michael Price to call all of the action from a sunny glitter strip. Jamie Stanton between the benches. And we've got no time to waste. We're about 90 seconds away from the bounce. We've got our Twin Towers in place. Matt Primus and Jeff White. Matt, firstly to you, welcome along. What are you expecting today?
I'm expecting an improved West Coast after the last couple of weeks, but I would think the Suns are going to be too strong and powerful over 4 quarters for them on the home deck.
And Whitey, you are a number 1 draft pick, but to me, you'll always be the man who played golf with Michael Jordan. What are you looking out for this afternoon?
Hopefully beautiful weather today, fast track. I want to see West Coast. I think we spoke about this off air. Them owning the corridor, put a bit of pressure on the Suns. All the heat's on the Suns. No pun intended, but big game coming up. I'm looking forward to this clash.
Pricey, you see as much of the Gold Coast Suns as anybody else, particularly from their point of view. What are you keeping an eye on?
Well, I'm keeping an eye on the fact that how are they going to rebound after some poor performances on the road. They're back on their home deck. Beautiful day, 23 odd degrees, very little wind, and West Coast doing the biggest road trip but that is possible in an AFL season. So I'm looking forward to seeing the Suns rebound and get their form back at home.
So the team news, no late changes for either of the two sides. So the subs for the Gold Coast Suns, David Swallow, as has been his lot, while for the West Coast Eagles, Dom Sheed for a second consecutive week. Very quickly, Jamie Stanton, as I said, is between the benches for us this afternoon. Jamie, what's it like down there at ground level?
It's absolutely beautiful conditions. The sun's out and there's no wind within the stadium, so it should be a good game of footy.
Can't wait to get this underway. The Gold Coast Suns have been a vastly different side at home as to on the road this year. A perfect 3 from 3 in their home surrounds at Carrara. Great to have you with us. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport, and we're about to get underway with Michael Price.
So the Suns have won the toss and are kicking to the left or the scoreboard end as we're looking at it in the middle. Elliot Yeo explodes onto the stoppage. Gets it onto the right foot. Dangerous spot and a good grab immediately. Taken there. It's Williams. Yes, it is Bailey Williams who's taken the mark 35 metres out, more or less directly in front. A perfect start for the Eagles.
Great start, and that's going to be the battle today. They're number 1 and 2 in the competition for centre bounce clearances, and West Coast just showed how good they're going there.
No, it's actually Ryan Marrick because Bailey Williams was contesting the ruck contest. So
just Elliot Yeo, just his ability to break from contests. It's great to watch.
That was too easy out of the middle for Elliot Yeo. He's been in really good form the last couple of weeks. So it's Ryan Marrick. Let's go of it. Makes the goal umpire work, but the Eagles are on the board very early here at Carrara with a minute gone. 1 straight. The Suns yet to score.
I love the forward line set up there for the Eagles there, Matty Primus. They had the flankers right out. Had them way out. So if there was a chance that they'd win out of the centre, he had no one. When he came to that contest, there was no interruption. It was almost like a centre forward starting from the 20-metre line and coming towards the ball. So it was a good setup structurally for the Eagles then.
Yeah, you're right. Well, we know the Suns defenders love coming off their men and helping out in the air, and by doing that you second-guess them and you ask them the question how much they want to come off their men, and on that occasion it was 1-on-1 and West Coast were too good.
Ryan Marrick, the number 1 pick from the 2023 mid-season draft, and the Eagles think they have one. Umpires Chamberlain, Bryce, Wallace and Young in charge of this contest. A Low bounce back in the middle. Witts wins the tap down. Going in, Bailey Williams for the Eagles, trying to get it out to Kelly. Rao fighting after it. No surprises there. Petruccelli in and holding the ball. Just dragged it in. Did Petruccelli. Gives away the free kick. It'll go the way of Witts in the middle of Carrara. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Gives it off to the runner, McAndrew. Kick smothered. Liam Ryan diving smother. Great defensive effort. Ricochets away. Coming up with it quickly, Anderson. Shovels a handball forward. Inside 50 for the Suns. Out after it, Miller. Can't gather it the first time. Keeps going. Off there for the Eagles. A clearing kick to the wing.
It should work to the advantage of Waterman, who's made his way a long way down. Gathers it just inside the boundary on the wing. Calls for Darling to come towards him. Darling versus Collins. It beats the both of them. Goes over the back. Collins leads in the chase for the ball. The handball back to Flanders. He drops it. Darling picks it up and Flanders rides him into the ground. Could have been a push in the back. No. Umpire says we'll ball it up right next to the boundary line. Right forward pocket. Once again, the Eagles are attacking and they lead by 6 points.
All up in their right forward pocket. Witts and Darling doing the ruck work. Bounces back to Darling. Tackled by Witts. 110 kilograms of him coming down on Jack Darling. Another ball up in the forward pocket. Eagles with the opening goal. It's the only score. Witts taps it boundary side. Cripps out after it. Knocks it out. A throw-in to come. Right forward pocket for the Eagles. 1 straight 6 West Coast through Marrick's goal. The Suns yet to score. We've played 3 minutes.
So it's a quick fire start for the West Coast Eagles. Like this, they've been in some good form over the last couple of weeks. Excellent in the big game against Freo last week. Taken out of the ruck there by Witts. He was tackled into the ground. Picked up by Yeo. He has a ping at the goals. And the Eagles have their second. He floated it through. He started the game beautifully, Elliot Yeo. He has been in form. 2 straight 12 to the Suns, yet to score. 3.5 gone first term.
There was 3 stop plays there inside forward 50, and Elliot Yeo was just sitting off with no one. They had a bit of a horseshoe set up as a defensive. They're doing it behind the goals. He was just sitting there. He plunked himself. No one was on him. There was one-on-one structure beyond that, and he just perfect timing. Came to the ball. He's owning it on the ground at the moment, isn't he? So clean.
Yeah, best and fairest in their premiership year of 2018. The dual John Worsfold medalist. And out of contract at the end of the year. A bit of chatter as to whether a premiership contender would be interested in him.
Absolutely, yes.
Eagles with the opening 2 goals of the game. Bounce back in the middle. Witts and Bailey Williams. Witts goes up early, lands down, takes the footy out of the ruck, clearing kick. Hoff drops a fingertipper, bouncing ball. McGovern attacking it. Handball beyond defensive 50. Kelly attacking it. Under pressure, just gets rid of it. Miller comes in. Yeo 2 for the Eagles. McGovern again. Handball away to Hunt, to Duggan. Away to Petruccelli, streaming through the middle for the Eagles.
He has 1 bounce, a second bounce. Manfully chased, gets to 55. Oh, delightful pass. Hits Waterman, right forward pocket. 20 metres out, his right leg's on the boundary, but he'll have a ping at this. He's in hot form, 11 goals in 2 weeks.
A great movement off half-back. That's improving this year. West Coast are number 1 team for ground balls. They outnumbered the Suns on the half-back line. Some beautiful handballs into space, and then once Petrelli was out, he had the whole inside 50 to make a decision, and thank God for West Coast, he made the correct one.
Jake Waterman, hasn't he been in some form with the Fraser Gehrig throwback haircut? Very tight angle, outside of the right shoe. Oh, that's magnificent. Eagles with the hot start on the Gold Coast. 3 straight goals. 5.5 gone first term. ABC Sport, Michael Price with Ben Cameron, your experts, Matthew Primus and Jeff White.
But I just love Petruccelli then. Just to take, he knew there was space in front of him, but when it comes with that, your half forwards, if you're running out of half back, your half forwards can make a congestion because they come towards you. At that point, the half flankers just roll back, allowed space for him to go. So it's that synergy with the forward line, understanding the player that's got the ball, and then just letting him run. You know he's got foot speed. Beautifully set up and a great lead from Waterman.
And McGovern was important too, wasn't he? He came off his man, he won the ball. I think he's like career high stats this year, and for a guy who's had an outstanding career, it's terrific to see really good form at the back end of his a long, illustrious career.
Yeah, absolutely. Career high numbers in disposals, rebound 50s and metres gained this year. Waterman in good nick too. Kicked 11 goals over the last fortnight. Trying to get it moving the Suns' way out of the middle is Miller. This is Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The Eagles win it back. Handball out from Jimby towards the wing. Unable to be gathered there by Chesser. Goes back into congestion. Just forward of the logo, the umpire circling, holding the ball. Free kick going the way of the Suns. Jimby just dragging it in. So the Suns with it through Graham. Stabs it short. Mark taken by Flanders. Speaking of career years, he'll go short to Closey. High up at right half forward. West Coast with the opening 3 goals of the game. Deep inside 50 here for the Suns towards the hot spot. No mark taken. Down at ground level, King goes in. Right there with him is Harry Edwards over the top. A ball up to come. 15 out from the attacking goal for the Suns.
So the ball up. Perfect area for the Suns. Thrown up. Witts gets it down. Picked up by Miller. Miller tackled immediately. He threw that out. Umpire says play on. Lands in the arms of Kings. He's taken high. No, he's not. He fended off high.
Fended off, yeah.
It will be McGovern who takes the free kick in the left back pocket to relieve pressure for the Eagles. He's going to look to the outer side. It was Chesser, the target, spoiled by both Closey and Flanders, and it goes over the boundary line. Right half forward, for the Eagles on the outer side of the ground.
That's the ball at the moment, the Eagles. They're hunting the ball.
Umpire brings it back in. Ainley Williams and Witts. Witts hooking it down to the front, onto it Miller. Going to get a handball away, going in Anderson, knocks it out, it spits back into the congestion. Closey there, back feeds a handball back towards Powell. He'll hook across his body. High ball to half forward for the Suns. Up goes Rotham, punches it away. And a throw in to come. Half forward flank for the Suns, doing some attacking finally. Eagles kicking the opening 3 goals of the game. Those are all of the scores in the match. 8 minutes played in this opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Once again, thrown across right half forward for the Eagles. The bright sunshine here at Carrara. Tapped down by Witts. It was Chesser who got his hands to the ball, tackled off it. Gathered by Noah Anderson on the arc of 50. Handballed it forward to Holman. He's tackled into the ground. They appeal for holding the ball. Umpire says no. He'll come in and ball it up on the logo. 45 degrees to the right of centre on the arc. Once again, the Suns just inside 50 by virtue of this ball up. There's been another free kick. It was Jared Witts who was taken highly in the ruck contest against Bailey Williams. He's going to get the free kick. He handballs it immediately off to Miller. The umpire says go back and take your kick, big fella.
Yeah, just a bit beyond his range here, the big man. Not a bit, probably about 20 metres beyond his range here. So I would think this would be a top of the square in the air for King.
So Jared Witts, the big fella, will let it go from 55, but as predicted, it will be top of the square. Boy, he's got onto that. The left foot, you're kidding. Top of the square, my hat. That's through the middle.
Easy.
Too easy for the big unit. And the Gold Coast Suns get their first goal. 3 straight to the Eagles and 1 straight to the Suns. 3 straight 18 to 1 straight 6. And we played 9.5 minutes of the first term.
I'm never saying for you, Matty.
I've never seen him kick 50 in my life. Never.
Neither have I, I've got to say.
Nailed it, though.
Did that easy. Yeah, terrific. He just used his bulk then. His bulk, he got in a good position, drop under the ball. West Coast was just trying to climb all over him, an easy free kick. The size and athleticism was just too strong then.
Watching the replay, it was a free kick. Got his hand on his shoulder. So, yep, the umpire's always going to pay that. But I like what Williams did then, jumping into Witts. Witts is a bigger boy. He's going to try and get the space for those ball ups. You've got to create a bit of variety for him. And I quite like that he did that. It gets him thinking next time.
That'd be one to ignite the Suns. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Back in the middle. Witts wins the tap. Out the front it goes. Free kick going to Anderson. Dragged down. Gives it off to Miller. He'll kick into the pocket looking for King. And he's got it. Deep in the right forward pocket. A metre in from the boundary line. 25 metres out.
It just shows how important the centre bounce is. Both these teams, their forward lines are a lot better than their opposition back line. So if they can get the use one-on-one ahead of the ball, they're both showing that they can score pretty quickly.
16 goals on the season so far. Questioned by some experts as to whether he should go back. He hits the post. A right-hand goal post, a minor score. First blemish of the afternoon for either side. What do you think about that, gents? David King suggesting that Ben King should go to centre-half back.
No,
do you disagree?
I
chance?
King hasn't watched enough of the Suns to play to see how good this guy's going to be.
Well, McGovern started on him today.
So McGovern plays on from the full-back position, goes short of centre wing commentary side. Witts got there first, but then Darling finished it off, fisted the ball over the boundary line as Witts drags himself back off the turf and will get a throw in.
I can see what he used to, like, with David Neitz, if he wasn't playing, we'll put him in centre-half back, but then he'd start playing well, you'd swing him forward. So I can see the theory in it, but leave him forward.
So the throw in, Witts and Williams yet again, goes over the top of the pair of them. Well gathered there by Tuke Miller. His handball semi-cut off, picked up there by young Graham. Gives it back to Miller, tries to skid one through and pass it to Berry. It goes past everyone. So the Eagles out with Duggan, and he kicks it to centre wing. Big fly from Cripps, and at the ground level they've got it through Brockman.
Handball away to Yo, running down the western wing of Carrara. Yo pulls his kick back central. Bouncing ball for Waterman, gathers inside 50. Lukosius has got him. Ball jars free. Picking it up, Marek. He's stripped of it. High free kick. It'll go back, and Lukosius to take it. Or in fact, it'll go to Graham Closey.
Yeah, thought it was holding the ball.
Little high fend off on Closey after the Lukosius tackle. On the half-back flank here for the Suns. West Coast lead by 11. Long kick up to the wing. Day launching at the footy. Brings it down in front. Rao can't gather it. Ryan can for the Eagles. Gives it off to Hunt. His kick errant. Out of bounds on the full. Suns to get it back through McAndrew. Half-back flank. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Tall Timber, Matt Primus, Jeff White. Myself, Ben Cameron, and Michael Price calling the action. Jamie Stanton on the boundary.
It's a good position for West Coast to have, and the Suns are the second worst team going coast to coast, so it's an area that they struggle moving the ball from, and West Coast will be trying to spin the ball.
Andrew from left half back and kicks it to the logo. Immediately there's a whistle on play. There was a hold off the ball. It'll go to McGovern.
Yeah, trying to stop him fly for the ball and intercept like he does all his whole career.
Young Jed Walter, the transgressor there, and McGovern bites off a little kick. Gee, that's barely the required distance. Hits Alex Witherden just short of centre wing. He wants to go to centre half back. Prolific kick. It hits Duggan. Duggan over to the other side of the field, and the Nerang River wing side. He finds Edwards. Edwards back now to Marek at centre half back. So they're holding onto the ball and just going laterally, now more central. Duggan finds Liam Ryan back into the side. He's on the logo on the outer side. He wants to take off. Predictably, he uses his pace, has a bounce, kicks it to the pocket. Good fist away there by Collins over the boundary line away from Jack Williams. You get a throw in the left forward pocket for the Eagles. They're leading by 11 points.
Been out a long time, Liam Ryan, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Hell of a long time from that bad hamstring he had last year.
Yeah, round 3 last year was his last game.
Yep. He had something to them in their forward 50.
Umpire brings it back in. Day doing the ruck work. Wins the tap for the Suns. Onto it, Rory Atkins. Spills free. Jimby goes and gets it. Dribbles a kick to full forward. Waterman flicks it up to Petruccelli. His flying shot misses right. Very nearly. The West Coast Eagles 3-1-19. The Gold Coast Suns 1-1-7. Played nearly a quarter of an hour in this opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. 2 games today. Coming up later, it is Hawthorn and St Kilda.
Atkins for the Suns, kicks it to centre wing. Walter off hands, gathers and then kicks it to left half forward. Goes through hands. Young Jake Rogers picks it up. He's collected immediately by Alex Witherden for the Eagles. Put into the turf, and we'll get a ball up 60 out from the Gold Coast Suns goal at left half forward. Just in his second game, Jake Rogers already had the big bit of pressure on from the coach as Elliot Yeo gets away from Rao. Got the handball through Hunt, and it goes through the hands of Jamie Cripps over the boundary line right in front of the commentary box here. We'll get another throw in.
Great to have you with us from the glitter strip. Umpire brings it back in on the western wing. Both rucks miss it. And also Jack Williams there for the Eagles. 2 Eagles rucks today. Both of the Williams, Bailey and Jack. Miller wins it on the wing. Gives it back to Atkins. He'll kick the Suns inside 50. Walter on a lateral lead. Drops the mark. Out of play it goes. Thrown to come half forward flank for the Suns. Jed Walter grew up a West Coast Eagles fan. Believe it or not.
Well, there's that pressure that before he gave away a free kick, so he feels that McGovern's right behind him. So big challenge for him, a good challenge for him.
Matt Rowell yet to have a disposal as the throw-in happens and goes off the hands of Witts. Rogers gathers and then kicks it way too close to the boundary line, over the boundary line. In fact, it's going to be a free kick, and it'll go to Jeremy McGovern for the Eagles, and he's coming up for disposal number 7. Gives it into Witherden. Witherden takes it to right half back and finds Petruccelli.
Yeah, chips it to Jack Petruccelli. runs around the man on the mark, kicks a low ball up to the wing. Yo hands to it, doesn't complete it, goes again at ground level. Ballard attacking it, loses it under pressure, a throw. Free kick going to Yo for the Eagles. It's backward of halfway on the western side of the ground. Elliot Yo kicking around the wing in the Darling direction. Waterman over the top, doesn't complete the mark. Roving it is Edwards for the Eagles. This is Luke driving ball to full forward. Unable to take the mark, Hunt. Back there, Lukosius for the Suns. On the last line, under pressure. Releases a handball into the pocket. Cole arrives for the Eagles. Hunt goes in. Getting involved too, Holman. It spits out. Lukosius can't pick it up. Still in the forward pocket for the Eagles. Marek. A loose footy again, and eventually Lukosius is wrapped up. Ball up to come. Eagles by 12. 17 minutes into the first.
Great defence there from the Eagles. Lukosius had no one to go to with the turnover, so they're turning their heads really quick.
From the ruck contest, Rowell gets through his first clearance, first disposal. It's cut off by Cole. Then Hoff gives it over there to Kelly. Kelly from 45, tight angle. And he's pulled that left. That's out of bounds on the full. It'll be a free kick to the Suns. Right back pocket. Sam Collins to take it.
Yeah, it's early days, Whitey, but definitely the team defence is a big improvement on the last couple of years, isn't it?
Yeah, massive.
He plays on, does Sam Collins. Long kick just short of centre wing on the outer side. King nudged off it there. He goes back and gathers the ball. The big fend off Cole, gave the handball to Holman. Holman's ball cut off by McGovern, who read it beautifully.
Yeah, so good.
So by this guy, of course.
In career form, in the twilight. Kicks towards half forward. That's the twilight of his career. Bright sun in the middle of the day here on the Gold Coast. The Eagles win it back on half forward. Jack Edwards stripped of it. Incorrect disposal. Free kick going to Sam Collins. Played in a Western Derby against the West Coast Eagles in his time at Fremantle. Suns chipping it across the defensive goal mouth. Now going short to Ballard in the back pocket. West Coast by 12 points. 19 minutes into this opening term. He goes short to Flanders. Player who has come into the team under Damien Hardwick, was out of favour for whatever reason with Stewie Dew. He goes short to Powell again. Still in the back pocket here are the Gold Coast Suns.
So Powell wheels around the right side of the mark and kicks it to the wing. Witts had the set and then dropped the mark. Rowell at ground level did well. Gathered, got the handball back, goes through Anderson, now to Touk Miller. He's got a runner in Flanders. It's a nice sizzling kick, finds the lead of Ben Ainsworth right in front of us here in the commentary wing. Just that little bit of shade from the grandstands on this side of the ground. It's a beautiful, clear day, 23 odd degrees and not a breath of wind as Ainsworth kicks long inside 50, fisted down for the Eagles. At ground level, they've got the numbers. Cole gathers, spins out beautifully. It was a good handball, just a little bit too hot for Rotham to handle, and he takes it over the boundary line. It will be a throw in at left half forward for the Gold Coast.
They've been really good, the Eagles, haven't they? When the ball hits the ground, they've been clean. They've had enough support there, really good balance. Really impressed the way they've played this first quarter.
Hit the first 3 goals of the game, the Eagles. The Suns with the last. Witts palms it down. Anderson emerges with the football. Back feeds a handball to McAndrew. Waits a kick to half forward, looking for Witts, overshoots him. Kelly tries to get involved. Duggan attacks it. Runs straight into Rowell. Strong tackle. Envelops him and takes him to ground, and a ball up to come. Left half forward for the Suns. They've just stabilised a little bit after that hot start from the Eagles.
Witts with some beautiful ruck work to Anderson. Floated the handball forward, gathered by Holman. He has a flying shot from very close to the boundary line. Just squeezes in for one behind. 1-2-8 the Suns, 11 points behind the Eagles, 3-1-19, 20 gone. First term on ABC Sport.
Would have been nice. I know it's hard on the run, but just try and get it back into the centre, back in the corridor, give the forwards a bit of a chance.
Govan goes up the middle. Miller spoils it down. Anderson gathers it. Handball away to Graham. Handball back to Miller. Just shoved off his kick. It dribbles along the ground. Witherden hacks it out of there for the Eagles. Fortuitously, it lands in the lap of Jimmy at the half-back flank. Nowhere to go. So handball's back inside his D50 and Duggan stabs it short to Witherden. The West Coast by 11 points. 21 minutes into the first. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Witherden on the arc of his defensive 50. Long kick up to the wing. Coming in from the side, Harry Edwards. Good mark for the Eagles. Or Williams, rather. He comes infield to Luke Edwards, who marks alongside the logo. Stabs it short to Kelly. Eagles in a slow play, just building it up. Kelly in the middle of the ground.
He wants to play on. Oh, that's a sizzling ball. It was to the lead and it got fisted away by the Gold Coast defence. Matt Rowell gives the handball away to Powell. Powell spins out and goes long towards the outer wing. It was for the advantage of Sam Day, who had time to drop it, recover, pick it back up and then deliver a lovely ball out to Bailey Humphrey. He's still 80 from goal at right half forward for the Gold Coast. Right against the boundary line now. He plays on. It's a long kick in the direction of Walter. It's fisted away and Ruben Gibney goes straight through the goals with the ball and it's a rush behind. So 1-4.
That was great team defense.
It was,
West
yeah.
Coast. The Suns were going fast, but they got held up to that last kick because West Coast got more numbers back than Gold Coast and they couldn't go quick and isolate their forwards. Yeah,
that's always a good sign of turning their head and getting defensive side. They have more numbers in forward. They're back 50 than the Suns.
Witherden goes for a little amble, kicks up to the wing. Hunt arrives for the Eagles to rove the pack. The Suns are there in numbers as well, and now to play it goes after the Rogers handball. Trying to come between wing and half forward for the Suns. West Coast by 10 points. Made all of the early running, the Eagles. Suns have come back. 3-1 plays 1-3. Witts, room to take it out of the ruck, gets it on his left boot, tumbles it inside 50. Humphrey attacking it, Hoff pinches it. Eagles back in possession, handball back to Duggan, now Hunt. He'll kick up to the wing, looking for Darling. In a wrestle there with Ballard. Out the back it goes for Brockman, he's onto it.
He went one way, then the other. He was followed there and he was tackled into the ground. Will Powell, the former Western Australian as well, from Claremont, took him over the boundary line in front of the interchange gates and he'll get a free kick.
It was away then too. It was if he hadn't got him.
It was a nice little in and out move, but the out part was what squared him up. Will Powell plays on. More central towards the corridor. Walter in the front position. Couldn't quite take it. Rowell, deft little tap to Closey. A floater off the left boot of Closey. It's gathered by the Eagles defence. Not quite picked up by Hoff, but enough to take it over the boundary line at right half back for the Eagles.
He's a good Scarborough boy, Pricey, so Will Powell this is. So must feel at home here on
yes, great beaches.
Gold Coast. Being down there surfing at Scarborough Beach. West Coast by 10 points. Gold Coast with a little bit of momentum. Witts down to Rogers. Slick hands away to Rowell. Delivers inside 50. Walter's right there with him. Here's Rotham to see it out of the contest and a throw in to come. Tall Timber, Matt Primus, Jeff White.
Besides King's mark inside forward 50, every one of them, the Eagles have been right up on them.
And good pressure on the kick inside 52, hasn't it?
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The umpire flings it in. Knocking it down, Bailey Williams for the Eagles, and no room to get out of the congestion. Another ball up to come just inside the attacking 50 for the Suns.
Alex Witherden taken into the ground there. Young Jake Rogers gets involved with a diminutive size, but he is a tackler. Witts gets it down, whistle on play immediately. It's going to be a free kick to the Suns. It was a holding free kick. And it's going to go to Noah Anderson, and he will be able to take a shot, 45-degree angle to the left from the arc of 50. This is in his wheelhouse early in the game.
It was just good position. It just moved. Kelly was trying to look for him, and eventually they haven't had, especially at the start of this quarter, the Suns haven't had that movement around stop plays. Coming up for disposal, number 9, with a couple of clearances and 4 inside 50s already for Noah Anderson. It's a slow, deliberate approach. He will let go from right on the arc, just inside. Starts it nicely. That's a beautiful strike of the Sheridan. Can kick a footy. Noah Anderson gets the Gold Coast Suns' second goal. 3-1-19 the Eagles. 2-3-15 the Suns. And there goes the original bugle. 25 gone first term. Well, it says he had 3 in the warm-up. Noah Anderson had 3 shots from that exact position. Missed all 3 of them. So sometimes it doesn't go on what your warm-up's like, Pricey. But obviously it gave him an idea of where the wind was going.
He got there, nailed that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
You mentioned Whitey. There hasn't been a dominant clearances with their movement out of it, but they are 13-4 up in clearances, the Suns. So that is, if that statistic keeps going that way, that's going to be a telling territory and contested possession area for the Suns. The West Coast got to try and fix that up somehow.
Look, 14 hit-outs to 3. Jared Witts is having a bit of a field day at the moment. But the 13-9 inside 50s, Gold Coast have really wrestled it back.
Witts wins the tap here again. Quickly onto it, Yo, though. A high ball to half forward for the Eagles. Lukosius hands to it, doesn't take the mark. There's the goal kicker, Anderson. Mopping up across half-back for the Suns. Loose handball to the wing. Jimby tracks it. Stolen by Rogers. Handball momentarily released the run of Graham, but he had a little fumble. It allows the Eagles in. Manages to get the handball to Anderson. Handball for Rogers. Sold him into trouble. Hoff halves it. Wins it back for the Eagles. They're going backwards, though. Duggan a lateral kick. A good one. Finds a teammate in Marek, working into the back pocket. The Eagles lead by 4 points. The Suns with the last 2 goals of the game. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport.
It was brilliant work by West Coast, coming off their man to keep putting pressure on the Suns until they got the turnover. Outstanding work.
Ball ends up with Cole. Still inside defensive 50. Not as much opportunity to burst through the corridor as there was early in the game. He tries to get around the man on the mark, Cole, and Holman did well. Slapped the ball out of his hands. Cole gathered and then had to get a rush kick just short of centre wing on the outer side. Elliot Yeo was the target in front of the pack. Couldn't quite take it. At ground level, Hoff did well. Handball looping forward to Petruccelli. He's tackled, lets loose the ball, and then gets a miraculous kick as he's laying on his back on the ground. It only went 2 metres, though. It picked up again there by Marek. Gave it back to Hoff, and then he loses it. Picked up by Marek and tackled into the ground by Graham. The umpire's going to come in and sort this mess out and ball it up between wing and half forward on the outer side.
Contest here. The Suns have definitely lifted their pressure here. 1-on-1.
We'll come away with the footy again, or Rao runs straight into a Ruben Jimby tackle and holding the ball. So the 2 Strawberry Blondes going at it out there on the Nerang River wing. The kick going the way of Bailey Williams, who was a part of the tackle. He kicks it straight to his opposite ruckman. Mark taken by Witts. Witts will go laterally, and good kick for Flanders. West Coast by 4 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Coming up later, Hawthorn and Sydney. Flanders goes back to Ballard, who goes right back inside his defensive 50 to McAndrew. He wants to bring it out to Lukosius. Lukosius on the half-back flank. What have you made of his start to the season? Has been forward, he's been back. Where do you like him best, gents?
I'm probably forward and inside 50 kicker, I think, with their tall weapons they've got there, but
I like him on the wing. I know they haven't played him there, but I've seen him a few times on the wing. I quite like him on the wing because then he goes back and goes forward.
I reckon I've got to agree with both of you. It's between those 2 positions. Yeah. I love him off half-back because of the quality and length of the delivery. But, boy, that type of weapon's really handy forward of the wing, isn't it?
You notice most of the wings in today's game, they're not that tall. So you could actually use it as a weapon, especially if you're kicking out or you're using a switch in that situation. You know, you can use him on the non-wing side. It'd be a big weapon.
Stoppages at left half forward for the Suns at the moment, trailing by 4 points. Throw in. Williams did well, Bailey Williams, to get it down to Kelly. Kelly goes into the centre of the ground. Aggressive kick. It worked beautifully. Hit Petruccelli. He spins around onto his right foot. Kicks long. It's going to be a big ask for Williams, who was outnumbered. Fisted forward. McAndrew was taken high by Darling. He's going to get a free kick 30 metres from his own goal, and he'll go over to the right back pocket to find Charlie Ballard.
Missed opportunity. They need to hit the lead up then. Darling was on the lead up. He chose to go long, and then Gold Coast able to come off and stop that ball.
The thoughts of Matty Primus, one half of Tall Timber, with Jeff White, the former #1 draft pick, Matt Primus, the former Port Adelaide captain and coach, here on Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The West Coast Eagles, they kicked the first 3 goals of the quarter. The Gold Coast Suns a little late arriving, but they got there eventually, kicking the last 2 of the term. So it is the Eagles by 4 points. 3-1-19, plays 2-3-15. The goal kickers, Marek, Yo and Waterman for West Coast, while for the Gold Coast Suns, it's Witts and Noah Anderson. As I said, great to have you with us here on this Sunday afternoon on the Glitter Strip, the Gold Coast at Carrara. We'd love to hear from you, as always, here on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line number. It is the Eagles leading by 4 points. This is Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you like sport,
It was one of the best editions of the game I think that we've experienced. It had a bit of everything.
And great conversation.
Well, Pat, like you and me, we just want to be loved. And I think Live players probably feel the same. Love playing in front of big, enthusiastic crowds.
Then I think you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
My kids were obsessed with the idea of seeing Messi in the flesh. Messi to them existed almost as kind of this fictional character.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the Listen app.
The 2024 Anzac Day Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
In the middle, Elliot Yeo explodes onto the stoppage, gets it onto the right foot, dangerous spot and a good grab immediately. Ryan Marrick lets go of it, makes the goal umpire work, but the Eagles are on the board very early here at Carrara. Taken out of the ruck there by Witts. He was tackled into the ground, picked up by Yeo. He has a ping at the goals, and the Eagles have their second.
Hunt to Duggan, away to Petruccelli, streaming through the middle for the Eagles.
He has one bounce, a second bounce, manfully chased, gets to 55. Oh, delightful pass. Hits Waterman, right forward pocket, very tight angle, outside of the right shoe. Oh, that's magnificent. Eagles with the hot start on the Gold Coast. Another free kick. It was Jared Witts who was taken highly in the ruck contest. It will be top of the square. Boy, he's got onto that. The left foot, you're kidding. Top of the square, my hat. That's through the middle.
Easy. What a
Too easy for the big unit. Witts gets it down, whistle on play immediately. It's going to be a free kick to the Suns. It was a holding free kick, and it's going to go to Noah Anderson. Starts it nicely. That's a beautiful strike of the Sheridan. Can kick a footy, Noah Anderson.
The 2024 Anzac Day Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have your company. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Round 7 from Carrara, the opening game of 2 on the Sunday slate. Our experts, the tall timber we're calling them, Matt Primus and Jeff White, to tell us how it happened in that opening term.
Oh, I was really impressed with the Eagles, especially backward as centre, toward in between the arcs and behind centre. Just a poise. One of the things I was speaking with you, Benny, off air, is the ability to cut through the middle and own the corridor and not be slow and wide, which had been their sort of, I guess, their weakness over the last couple of years. To see Kelly switch, go straight through the middle to Petruccelli there, and then inside forward 50, that last play, that's brilliant. That's great play and taking the risks. And even though they got the first goal out of the centre, the other 2 goals they came with through the corridor, really aggressive running, foot skills, getting it on, taking that space. Really loved the way they played, and especially on the ground, below their knees. Always said this, the sides that are really clean below their knees they're giving the first opportunity to their players, but they're also allowing the movement up forward to happen really early, and there's no fumbles. And I thought they were really clean. Gold Coast Suns worked their way back into it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Certainly with their pressure. But I just really like the Eagles' intensity and they're first at the ball. So it's a good contest at the moment.
Yeah, they've got a good method, haven't they? They've, as we mentioned during that quarter, they've improved their team defence. And they need to keep asking those questions, Whitey, with their ball movement, because I reckon the last 10 minutes they just got pinned who were happy to keep the ball in their possession in the back half, and the Suns were able to prey on those turnovers. And while the scoreboard, they aren't in front yet, definitely statistical-wise, it looks like the Suns are just going to overwhelm them. So that they need to keep asking them questions and moving them around, because they've got some weapons in their forward half, and they've got some good energy after wins the last couple of weeks. So the Suns will be looking to try and kill them and get on top of them and get rid of that energy. Well, the longer they're in the game, the longer West Coast will believe that they can try and sneak 4 points here today.
Great to have you with us and getting involved on the SMS line. Paul from Catherine, which is in the northern part of, is it WA or the NT? Oh, I think it is the NT. I always mess that up. The games between Gold Coast and West Coast should be called the Coast to Coast Showdown. Rob from Coburg says, don't forget Matthew Primus was not just a Port captain, but a past Fitzroy player. Some of us still remember Fitzroy.
It's a long time ago if you remember that, yes.
From Robbie.
I played against you in that last Freo versus
Fitzroy.
96.
Subiaco Oval. I think Corbin Middlemass, part of our ABC Sport commentary team, I think he was at that game as a young kid, believe it or not. So
that makes me feel
all
old.
3 of you were there. Also, Paul from Yarrawonga says, great call, but sometimes I can't hear the call because we have the F1 boats up here on the lake, as I live about 400 metres away.
Beautiful.
So good on you, Paul, from Yarrawonga.
Beautiful.
Yarrawonga, of course, winning the O&M Grand Final last year.
You know, we'll say I love the text messages that come through. I love it.
Great, aren't they?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And all the listeners out there, I encourage you to do it. I love, you know, when we're up at the Gabba, we're here. I love those text messages. They're great.
0437 774 774 is the number if you wish to get involved. So the Eagles leading by 4 points. Second quarter about to get underway. Beautiful day on the Gold Coast. 24 degrees and sunny. Few clouds just in the sky, but no rain to speak of. A bright start from the Eagles, but the Suns have fought back. Second term underway. Witts with the tap, hacking it out of midair quickly. Kelly. Anderson knocks it forward for the Suns. Rogers emerges with it, delivers inside 50, and Day leading up, juggles the mark. 40 metres out, slightly right of centre, and a dream start to the second term for the Suns.
Yeah, centre bounce work again, and when they're able to get it out, especially the West Coast tall backs, they like to lay off and try and help out in the air. If you can get them on the lead, that's certainly where they're gettable, and Sam Day was able to do it really well then, and normally a really reliable kick for goal.
Day on his way in. Boot to ball from 45. Works it left to right. First game of the year, first goal of the year. And the Suns take their first lead of the afternoon. 3-3-21. Matthew Primus, Jeff White.
Yeah, good, great to see Sammy Day there. He's an inaugural son, I think, with David Swallow, and he's gone by the wayside the last 2 or 3 years. You know, as a key forward with the young ones they've drafted coming in, but kept on plying his trade in the reserves, and when he gets his opportunity, hasn't had a big first quarter so far, but he's a really good craft. He knows when to lead, he pack leads, he's unselfish, and as I mentioned, a beautiful kick goal.
I just love the setup, the forward line. They really spread that inside forward 50. I'm looking at it now. It's almost like a T setup. All the half forwards up at the 50-metre line and 2 back. So it creates a lot of space. So when Jakey Rogers was kicking inside, there was heaps of space to lead it into.
So the Suns by 2 points, back into the middle. Witts taps it down. It's cut off by Tim Kelly. He picks it up for the Eagles, and it's a sky ball. Just short of half forward. Will Powell got there first, got his hands to it. It was roved by Anderson. Got it back to Powell, under pressure. He gets the handball backwards, looking for Anderson. Turnover. Petruccelli picks it up, gets inside 50, and bangs it through for the Eagles. Forward turnover. It's the hot thing in AFL footy. It's going to be a score review, though. I can see the men in green going down to the line, having a conference.
I think
Razor Ray wants a little bit of screen time. He charged in there.
He's drawn the square, and let's see, is it investigating whether it shaved the post?
Oh, see, I think Petruccelli didn't sort of celebrate too hard.
He didn't, did he?
When it went through. So
Snicko going to give us.
Well, there's nothing definitive on the scoreboard replay to show us either way.
Do they have a goal cam here? I don't know if they do.
I mean,
we're up in
camera on the back of the post.
Yeah, I don't think they. No, there's no sticko noise there. Oh, it's a goal.
Yeah, there's what looks like players wandering back towards centre slowly.
They're giving Petruccelli a high five, so there's a goal.
There you go. So on the scoreboard, it's been signalled as a goal. So Petruccelli gets the fourth for the Eagles. 4-1-25. They're back in front to the Suns. 3-3-21 with 3 minutes gone to the second term.
I like the balance there. They didn't get offside, did they? The Eagles, they had coverage from behind and coverage from forward, and that's why it allowed them to get that spot. Great tackle from Kelly. Come out of the centre and force that turnover, and lovely finish from Petruccelli. Yeah, from that angle, we're seeing it from behind. You could see why he was a bit hesitant. It was pretty close, but yeah, I really like the balance of the pressure today. They haven't had too many open gaps for the Suns to exit from. So there's always been some sort of resemblance there from the Eagles.
Been drawn into the footy too much, is that what you...
I think so. In the past they have, and there's been too many gaps when there's been a stoppage.
Famous Damien Drum story about that. Out of the middle, free kick going the way of the Suns. Rowell drives it inside 50. King in good position. Can't mark. Humphrey Robes gives it to Berry. Rogers stubs his toe on the kick. It dribbles into the pocket. Harry Edwards there for the Eagles, though they cough it up. Humphrey back onto it. That is very special. It just missed. It would have been very special. A minor score from the pocket. The Eagles lead by 3 points. We've played 4 minutes.
Shocking bounce, Ben Cameron. I'll give you a chop out there. That was a shocking bounce. That was a miracle goal for all money until the last second. Eagles bring it back in now. Hoff just short of centre wing on the commentary side in the shade. And going backwards to the arc and finding Alex Witherden, the former Lion. He's going to come back to the commentary wing longer and find Tim Kelly on his own. Nice penetrating kick finds Waterman beyond the wing. They're moving it nicely, now holding it up. Waterman, he goes to go back into the corridor. It's a longer kick towards Darling. Oh, standing in front, Sam Collins. That's a courageous mark when you got Jack Darling thundering down. He takes it and they're off with Atkins.
Atkins gets a handball away to Powell. Deep inside defensive 50, off a step. Good left foot kick to Anderson. Defensive point of the square, gives it to the run of Atkins, down the Nerang River wing. Handball to Miller, kicks to attacking edge of the square for the Suns. Rogers, handball to Rowell, runs through 50, kicks to the pocket, spots up Ainsworth. Appropriately in this game, coast to coast from the Suns. And Ainsworth ends up with it in the pocket.
Yeah, just great running support. Yeah. When they looked like they were going to hold up, there was a guy to handball receive, and then they were able to pick him off and run and draw past him. The first time they've probably been able to go coast to coast fluently all game.
And the score has swung, or the lead I should say has swung on the last 2 goals. Benny Ainsworth, right forward pocket, set shot, little stutter, drop punt, puts the Suns back in front. A seesawing battle on the Gold Coast. 4-4-28 the Suns, the Eagles 4-1-25. The home side by 3 points, 6 minutes into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Primus, Jeff White.
Thank you, Jakey Rogers has been active this quarter, hasn't he? Coming up and
covers a ball, doesn't he? Yeah.
And they kick inside forward 50 to start the quarter. And I really like the ball movement of, as we spoke about at quarter time, of the Eagles. They use it. They've got really good poise, but great intercept mark there from Collins, and the ability to switch. When you switch the ball, you see who works the hardest, who spreads across, and that situation there, the Suns' ability to run, cut the 45. Great kick there from Will Powers to set it up through the corridor.
So back into the middle with the Suns in front by 3 points. Witts gets it down yet again. Noah Anderson with the clearance. That's disposal number 15 for him. Goes inside 50 and there's a high shot. It's going to be a free kick. It's going to go to the Gold Coast inside 50.
Yeah, just too much space. Witts was able to set up, have a lot of area where he could hit the ball into Witts and get some forward momentum. Even though it was a kick off the ground, just puts the backs under too much pressure. And West Coast just made it too easy. Witts is going to win all these hit-outs because he's a lot bigger and stronger. They've got to cover dangerous space and make him go backwards out of the centre bounce.
Ali Humphrey was taken high by Alex Witherden. He's going to have a shot from 40 metres out. It's a 45-degree angle to the left. Changed his look over the summer, Bailey Humphrey. The hair's gone, the tats are in, and he loads up from 40. It's gone off the side of the boot, and it's barely a point.
I didn't recognise him in the first game of the pre-season, Pricey. Looked like a different person.
You've gone from that surfer look with the long hair and clean skin, and all of the above have changed.
Suns leading by 4 points. Early game of Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Edwards stabs it out to Hunt on the wing. He'll come back infield. Back to Luke Edwards. Got a text for you in a moment, Whitey. Looks across the defensive edge of the centre square for the Eagles. Rotham sends it out to the Nerang River wing. Marked by Chesser. Chesser will come infield. Into the logo and Luke Edwards. Third disposal in this chain coming up. He'll go back out wide for Witherden. I'll take the mark low down. Able to pick up the footy. Hoists a high ball just inside 50, wide out. It bounces towards the boundary line. Miller carries it out for the Suns, throwing to come. So this text message for you, Whitey. Lost it. Matty from Middle Swan and a Freo Foundation member. Please let Jeff know I'm still grumpy at him.
Oh, for leaving.
Don't forget.
Throw in, it's picked up there by Mac Andrew. He's tackled in the ground by Jinby. The ball stuck underneath, and the umpire's going to come in and ball it up 30 metres out from the West Coast Eagles goal. There's about 20 players surrounding this ball up as Witts slaps it out towards the boundary. It was collected by Kelly, and he was collected by his opposite number in Miller, but it was illegal. The illegal part of it was the fend-off from Tim Kelly. So it's Tuke Miller with the free kick in the left-back pocket for the Suns.
A few of them today, hasn't it? The fend-off high.
I thought it would have been the other way.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, he's
Miller's kick is a shocker out of bounds on the full. Trying to switch it from one back pocket to the other. Overcooked it, and Jake Waterman will receive it from Sam Collins in the left forward pocket. Be able to have a snap-on goal.
It's the first mistake they've made down back. The Suns have been pretty good today. Both sides have been, in fact.
Jake Waterman in career form. 11 goals over the last fortnight. Runs out onto his right and hooks it through beautifully. His second. And the lead in this match swings again. The Eagles up by 2 points, 5-1-31. Gold Coast 4-5-29. 10 minutes into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Primus, Jeff White.
It was better by West Coast, even though it was a blue by Tuke Miller. The build up to going inside 50, it was slow, but then when they went in there, they didn't get out marked like the previous one, and Gold Coast were able to start a counter-attack. They were able to get a stoppage, and even though it took a while to get a goal, and it's scrappy, it denies the Suns their running game, which they have a lot of powerful runners through the ground, so a lot better. And then their tackle pressure in their forward 50 was really good.
I like that from the Suns, though, after that. Just to go over Tuke Miller, it's uncharacteristic by him, but show the support. Hey, mistake, move on.
The co-captain's got 12 disposals to his name and 3 clearances at the moment with 5 tackles, so I reckon he's trying his hardest to make up for everyone.
Well, it's every week, isn't it?
It just is continuing. 2 times All-Australian, wouldn't surprise me if he backs that up again.
Kick a goal now.
Back into the middle, Witts versus Williams. Williams got up very high, slapped it down into the path of Yeo. He's tackled off it by Miller. Enter Matt Rowell. He needed 3 of them to control him. I'm not kidding. We had Jinby there, Williams and Petrocelli, all holding him up as the umpire throws it back up in the middle.
Knocked away by Witts, onto a Duggan for the Eagles. He'll hook a ball towards half forward. Bouncing ball, Marek there, gathers it. Handball a turnover. Flanders for the Suns, back the other way, handball to Rao, sweeping handball for Miller, taps it on cleverly. Flanders or Rogers, take your pick. Flanders gets there, coughs it up. That half-back hole for the Eagles, kicked laterally. Dangerous one for Chesser, knocks it on towards McGovern. The Suns swarm with the pressure. Back feeding a handball for Irini. Rogers again, he's got busy, delivers for King. Surging lead, strong overhead, vice-like grip. He marks 30 out, 30-degree angle to the left.
Perceived pressure got West Coast then. They had their hands on the ball, but they thought they were under a bit more heat than there was. There was some heat there, but a bit more than was, and the handballs weren't clean enough, and the Suns made them pay.
Try and take back the lead. The 5th lead change of this quarter. Ben King's drop punt is through. Suns back in front. Goal for goal in their second term. The Suns 5-5-35. The West Coast Eagles 5-1-31. They lead by 4 points. We've played 12 minutes in this second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matty Primus and Jeff White.
Yeah, White, it was just that the kick missed, but then they were still good enough on the ground ball to get it, but they just thought there was more chase pressure from behind or close in, and the handballs weren't quick enough, and they certainly got some speed and talent in that forward 50 area of the Suns, haven't they, when they get that turnover.
Was that Jakey Rogers' second game? Just have poise, come back,
second game,
just kick it inside forward 50 like that was outstanding.
Full kick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
8 disposals, he's got a couple of clearances and 3 inside 50s. He's shown a fair bit of toe too. He's very elusive. Of course, he had the big rap from Hardwick when the other 3 made their debut, and he said, wait till this kid pops up. So the clearance goes with the Eagles, but it's going to be cut off there in the middle by Sam Day. Oh, Elliot Yeo just went through three of them, grabbed the ball, said it's mine, and delivered a beautiful kick. Jack Darling, 20 metres out. What a piece of individual brilliance from Elliot Yeo.
Absolutely, Price. You called it great, mate. He spun out of the traffic, and then the connection between him and Darling. The Suns defenders all went left, thinking Yeo was going to kick out there. Darling was able to signal back, and a lot of games and experience play with each other. He just put it to the other side of him, and a beautiful kick. Hopefully Darling finished off some great work.
He's got a game-high 243 metres gained, also as Elliot Yeo, but Jack Darling coming in. He's kicked 4 for the year from 30 metres out. Strikes that nicely. The Eagles are back in front. 6-1-37 plays 5-5-35. 2 points the margin with 14 minutes gone of the second term.
Oh, Elliot Yeo. Wow. That was unbelievable. He spun out of 3 guys then. Just his ability to get just to hunt the ball, take the full contact and then explode from the contest. Sensational. And then the ability to kick inside forward 50, the favoured side of your forward. That's brilliance. Absolute brilliance.
He's gone to Dimmer in the coach's box and he's out of the seat walking around.
The camera can't find him. That's what.
Smart.
Getting away from the security cameras.
So 6 goals, 3 apiece in this second term. We've gone goal for goal, and the lead has swung on every single one of them.
Yeah, both teams going over 50%, going inside 50, so that's what would be disappointing for Dimmer. They're just scoring far too easy.
We'll get down to Jamie Stanton between the benches in a moment. Bailey Williams hooking the tap down for the Eagles. Jimby picks it up, stripped in the tackle by Rowell. And Port holding the ball. So Rowell in the middle of the ground. Veers out to his right. Low driving border full forward. Walter!
In the back.
Little push in the back. Gave a little nudge to Jeremy McGovern. We'll have it at full back for the Eagles. Kick laterally to Duggan in the left back pocket. So the Eagles by 2 points. Jamie Stanton between the benches.
I've been really impressed by West Coast's ability, and especially in their midfield, to recover back at the back of the stoppages. That's how they've been able to put some pressure and work rate on, and it's been matching Whitey's comments around their ability to get around each other and really help and support today. It's their ability to recover back to make sure that Gold Coast can't come straight through that stoppage contest.
They go forward again, back into the corridor. Petrocelli's tackled off the ball, couldn't quite get the free kick. Now it's stuck on the ground. Flanders at centre half forward for the Eagles. He's over it, and it's ball slapped out of his hands, and Rowell picks it up, tackled into the ground on the edge of the centre square. We'll have a ball up. Plenty of players around this ball too. Slapped down into the path of Yeo. He's got Rowell for company, more or less a shadow there. He's all over him and holds the ball up, and yet again another bounce on the edge of the centre square at the true centre half forward position for the West Coast Eagles. They're leading by 2 points. Comes off the hands of the ruckman. Once again, Rowell gets there, got the handball off to Graham. Now it's with Lukosius at right half back. That's a floater. It was read well by McGovern, who double-handed it and then ran through a couple just for good measure. Now it's kicked forward. McAndrew's got it covered at half back for the Suns. He's growing in stature with every week, McAndrew.
I love the way he reads the play.
Number 1 intercept possession player in the comp this year. Eagles by 2 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Kick to the wing. A turnover. Jimby Marks as he tumbles to ground. Wouldn't look out of place down on Surfers Paradise. Ruben Jimby, would he?
He wouldn't.
On locks. Long left foot kick towards half forward. Andrew and Witts there for the Suns. Offhands. Hunt cuts a sway through them. Handball away towards Edwards, who gives it back towards Cripps. Now getting involved, Williams. This is Jack. He snaps it back towards full forward. Bouncing ball. The Suns work it out. Miller inside his defensive 50. Sweeping handball.
Oh, King's made a long way down the ground to try and gather that. He was pushed off the ball. The Suns are out, though. It's going to be with Tom Berry. He turns just short of centre wing, out of side. Kicks to a man by himself. It's one of the originals in Sam Day. It's a long kick. It was meant for Walter. He missed the target, and the Eagles are away. Jack Darling's a long way back at half-back. He'll take it and kick it towards centre wing.
Sends it up to the wing, and the mark taken by Jack Williams. And he just wants to amble back off the mark, and then he'll retreat with his kick back to Hoff.
Yeah, they've got to try and get numbers back forward. Then they were well caught out. 3v1 the Suns had in their forward line there, and Sammy Day just chose the wrong one. So West Coast try and hang on to the ball and allow their position guys to get back ahead of the ball.
Good poise from the Eagles. I'd like to know the stat from them last year when they were going from D50. They get it from D50 today. They've got it so deep a lot of the times, haven't they?
Couldn't move it.
Couldn't move it last year, but now they've got a bit of more poise. Their foot skills are definitely much better than what they were last year.
What's of Jeff White and Matt Primus here on ABC Sport off the hands of the pack. Close to the boundary line. Cripps keeps it in. Then hooks a tumbling ball to half forward. Ballard camps underneath it. Takes an easy chest mark. The Eagles by a couple of points. 19 minutes into the second term.
Ballard retreats and finds Sam Collins, who's got time to drop it, pick it up, and then go back to the goal square to find Flanders. Sweeping handball over into the back pocket to find Anderson. Then Atkins by hand. Now Fiorini playing his 100th game for the Gold Coast. Gathers just short of centre wing. Has a bounce. The left foot's a wobbler, but it's in favour of Ben King, who makes it look even better. Receives a free kick as well for a chop of the arms. He gathers now. Short of left half forward. It's in the Wits direction. Courageous from Ryan, who got back into the slot and got barrelled. Picked up there by Rowell. Tackled off the ball. The Eagles away through Kelly.
He kicks up towards half forward, leading out Waterman. High half forward for the Eagles. Nothing on inside 50. Only stab it short to Petruccelli. Darling now leads inside 50. Petruccelli's kick comes infield here for Kelly. A running room. He'll send it to the pocket. Darling offering. Can't take the mark. Bounces off his chest. Waterman coming through. Suckers it off the deck. And misses. Misses the lot. Very nearly. Something out of nothing.
Sorry, Ben, I thought there was a free kick to Darling then. It looked like he got held in that marking contest.
I thought he was pretty stiff, actually.
Good work rate from Darling. He was the one taking it in the back 50 before, now leading up.
Lots of text coming through. Frank in Esperance says, thank goodness for the ABC. Delayed telecast on the TV. Loving the call. Calm the Eagles.
Well, they're doing a good job for you. The Eagles at the moment is Collins. It's left half back. Still inside defensive 50 for the Gold Coast. Goes laterally to find Lukosius. Once again, they've set up pretty well down the line and through the corridor, so it's got to be back towards the boundary to find McAndrew. By foot again, he goes across the arc to find Flanders, but they've only progressed about 15 metres. Just outside of the defensive 50 for the Suns. He chips it forward. Dangerous kick. Spoiled away from Graham, and they've got a chance, the Eagles. Gathered there by Darling. Gives it back to Ginbey. Around the corner with the left foot towards the top of the square. Nicely read by Charlie Ballard. He's a great interceptor of the ball, the boy from Sturton. It's a great mark, and he transfers it to Ainsworth.
Ainsworth on the half-back flank. Outlet kick up to the wing, and a good one for Walter. Shows it to Hoff running by. Now we'll go for a little run. Long kick inside 50. Looking for a marker down there. Back for the Eagles. Edwards is able to take the defensive mark. Stabs it short to Rotham. Right on the arc of defensive 50. West Coast by 2 points. 22 minutes into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Rotham hoists a kick up to the wing. Here for a marker there in Jack Williams. Through his hands out the back. Cripps hacks it on towards half forward. Bouncing ball for Ballard. Skips past him. Tracks it back, wins it for the Suns. Handball to Flanders.
Flanders back at the top of the square by hand to find McAndrew. He retreats back to Flanders, and they've come back to the commentary side. Now Flanders has good pressure from Liam Ryan, made him change direction. The handball back to Andrew, to Lukosius. Now he's given it back to Andrew. Chased down there by Brockman. Still got the handball away. No, it wasn't a handball, it was a throw.
He ain't holding the ball, Price. It was a delayed call, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely, I thought it was. But Tyler Brockman is the man with the free kick, just to the right of centre, and he'll probably have a shot from just on the arc.
That was great pressure from the Eagles.
Yeah,
they didn't have two go to one. They had one and then one at the potential receiver. That's really important. So they had one chasing Waterman and then they just had some balance just to put their Suns players in two minds. It worked out really well.
Good double teaming effort there from Liam Ryan and Tyler Brockman, but it's Brockman with the free kick. Let's go from just inside the arc of 50. He pulls it left, violently left, in fact. It's out of bounds on the full. Scores remaining. 37 plays 35 in favour of the Eagles.
At least hasn't blemished their scoreboard, Pricey. 6-1 still.
It looks nice.
So Collins in the back pocket. Kick up to the wing off the hands of Graham at the front of the pack. Down in front. And another ball up coming. And left half forward here for the Eagles. Williams in the ruck. Witts, how about a backhanded down? Comes to Jimmy Orr, carefully placed down by Witts. And then it spills to Anderson, who kicks up to the wing. Bouncing ball. Walter able to gather. Runs into a little bit of traffic. Handball to Holman. Clever tap. Releases Rogers. Kick to half forward Rotham. Out points Humphrey. Takes the defensive mark for the Eagles on the half-back flank. They lead it by 2 points. 6 goals in the term. Goal for goal. The lead has swung on every one of them.
It's been impressive today, Rotham. He's had some great little one-on-one wins when he's been one out, ball coming in easily. He's shown some good signs.
And he takes the ball again here at left half-back. It's a long kick down the line, a little close to the line. It's just gone over, out of bounds on the full. Will Graham's going to accept the ball for the Gold Coast Suns.
And 50.
The 50 because, what's that? Because Petruccelli fisted the ball over the fence.
He punched it over the fence.
There you go.
It was going.
A little bit of time wasting. Haven't seen that one for a while. So Will Graham, one of the Palm Beach Currumbin products.
I think Jamie caught that, actually, and he punched it.
Well played, Jamie Stanton. Down on the boundary there, Jamie.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It was quite close to the boundary line. Jack Petruccelli wasn't that far over the boundary, so it could have... It's a soft 50, to be honest.
Will Graham now has the free kick. From 45, that is a dart from Will Graham. It is his first goal in AFL footy, and look at him get around the kid. You've got to love it when they do that. How good would it feel? The Suns are back in front, 6-5-41 to 6-1-37. There's 3 minutes left to go of this second quarter as the young man runs off through the interchange bench and gets the plaudits of all the corporate fans on that side of the ground. Well done.
Well, they just showed the replay. That it was out marginally, but it wasn't a strong fist. He just put his fist out and it went 2 metres in front of him. That's
I think sometimes it can be a little bit of not frustration, just frustration that he hasn't, is in a position. He was clear to mark it there, and it just drifted a little bit for him. So it's
off 50 for mine.
I think so too.
We had a bit of debate on ABC Sport earlier this year with Brad Sewell and Nathan Burke about whether you actually remember your first goal in league footy. Do you remember yours, gents?
Yeah, I certainly do.
You, Matty? You don't remember it?
No, I didn't kick many, but no, I don't at all.
What was yours, Whitey?
I was at Whitten Oval against Fitzroy. First kick, first goal. Nice.
Oh, you're a member of the club, aren't you? Yeah. It's a secret handshake. Anderson out of the middle. High ball inside attacking 50 for the Suns. They come from every angle. No mark taken. Bobbling around at half forward for the Suns. Kelly comes away with it for the Eagles. Handball to Luke Edwards. Handball to Cole. High kick to half forward. Darling there with Lukosius. Lukosius punches it away. Loose footy in the middle. Picked up by Closey off to McAndrew. Kick to the Narang River wing.
It's a nice mark taken out there by Tom Berry. He gives the handball off to Closey. Kicks it to half forward. Made it hard for Rogers, who did well with the second effort at ground level. Got there first. The ball went through his legs. Rowell jumps in there. He's shadowed by Cole. Now the ball's loose just inside the arc of 50 for the Gold Coast. Hunt for Eagles just goes in, picks it up and kicks it straight down the outer side. It bounces short of the wing. Collins gathers. Got the fend around Darling. Got the handball to Powell. He's thrown off the ball. It's loose. Picked up by Waterman on the logo. Got a handball away. McAndrew enters for the Suns. Got the handball away off to Closey.
He wants to stab it short. A good kick for Berry. Forward of the wing for the Suns. Into the pocket he goes. Up goes Walter. Doesn't take the mark. Down at ground level. Quickly Humphrey somehow squeezing it through from the pocket on the left boot. And the Suns have back-to-back majors and lead by 10 points. Their biggest lead of the afternoon, 7-5-47. The Eagles 6-1-37, 28 minutes into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
I'm going to say it now. McAndrew is the most important back for the Suns. Sam Collins does his job. Ballard's great in the air. Those two one-on-one contests that he won there on the wing resulted in that goal. Their intercept. He is the most important player down there. He reads the play really well. Intercepts and timing as well. A lot like McGovern. It comes off and Stewart comes off at the right time to make an impact. You can't come off and then not have an impact. So go back over your head, but I think he's the most important player on the back line.
Yeah, it's a good call, mate. And it was an important win, that one, because West Coast were out if they had to win that contested ball, but he won it, and the Suns were able to hit the scoreboard.
So we're back into the middle here at Carrara. It's the Suns up by 10 points. Witt's got the tap down, but it was taken by Tim Kelly for the Eagles again. He's tackled off the ball, picked up by Noah Anderson. The handball to centre half forward, beautifully picked up around the ankles by Rogers. The 1-2 with Miller. The handball went inside 50. Humphrey gathered, tried to get the handball back to Miller. The ball stuck underneath him. Elliot Yeo hovering as well. The umpire's circling. He's going to call. Oh, no, it's going to be a ball up. I thought he might have pinged him for holding the ball there. I thought I saw an arm drag it back in like one of those old money boxes you had as a kid. But it's going to be balled up 40 metres out.
Up it goes. Able to knock it down. Witts onto it. Rogers. Handball errant. Picked off there by Luke Edwards. Kick for the Eagles up to the logo. Bouncing ball. Whistle on the play. Free kick.
Oh, there was no hands there. That wasn't a free kick.
Marek. Get the free kick. It's to send it out wide for Brockman. Marks it at high half forward for the Eagles. Suns lead it by 10 late in the first half. Handball to Kelly. 55 out. Likes his chances. Misses left. And cops an earful from Jake Waterman. He didn't like it. Suns by 9 points. 29 minutes into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matty Primus, Jeff White, our experts. Jamie Stanton. On the boundary, Ben Cameron and Michael Price calling the action.
So Will Powell plays on from fullback, a couple of bounces. It's a wobbly kick towards centre wing. Well read by Duggan, who took it on his chest, then played on. The left foot into the pocket, delightful. And Waterman had to do some hard work, but took the mark in front of Collins, right on the boundary line. Oh, he's going to have to kick this about 30 metres, but well within the wheelhouse to curl it around with the right shoe. Here.
About 30 seconds to go. So interesting here. Because he likes to come around on the angle. What if he's got the message out? Because he won't be able to come around the angle if the time's up.
So it's about 24 seconds to go. He's facing inboard.
He's had a look, yeah, he knows.
Now he wheels it around. The right foot. Oh, he struck it magnificently. Talk about the hot hand. Jake Waterman has 3, and the Eagles 3 points behind the Suns now. 7-5-47 to 7-2-44. 31 gone, second term.
Yeah, just an errant exit. Will Powell had the ball, no pressure, and he just kicked a mongrel out, which allowed to land on West Coast chest, and then they were good enough to find one uncontested, then a beautiful kick, even though it was wide. It was a beautiful advantage kick, and then Waterman was able to do the rest. Second goal from the boundary. He certainly likes him from out in that pocket today.
Sometimes when you mark it inside forward 50 and it's close, you get a bit of a message from the runner, or you see the sign on the bench. But in that particular occasion, he wanted to come around, so smart play by Waterman.
Looks like
run the clock down for the last possession.
Looks like a different player all of a sudden, Jake Waterman. He's 3 off the Coleman medal lead.
Oh, yeah.
Giving himself a year and a little hot period here. 1 goal away from 100 in his career as well. Back in the middle, you wouldn't think there'd be enough time for a foray forward. Secondary ball up to come. Gold Coast leading by 3 points. Up it goes. Witts trying to take it out of the ruck. Yo onto it. Kick ricochets off Miller. Yo gets involved, and that will do it for the first half here at Carrara. We had 7 lead changes in that second term. They went goal for 7 goals before the Suns strung 2 together. And they led by a game high for them at that point, 10 points. The Eagles at the last goal of the term. Waterman's goal just before the main break to bring it back to 3 points. 7-5-47. The home side, the Suns, lead the visitors. The Eagles 7-2-44. The goal kickers for the Eagles, Waterman with 3. Then singles to Yo, to Petruccelli, to Darling and to Marek. While for the Gold Coast Suns, it is Witts, Anderson, Day, Ainsworth, King, Graham and Humphrey. Our experts here on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport, the 2 rucks, Matt Primus and Jeff White.
This is a good contest. I'm really enjoying this contest. It seems to me that both are playing a very similar brand. They're trying to own possession through the arcs, then trying to get it deep inside forward 50, and then try and squeeze the opposition and try and get that turnover on the half back line or the half forward line, however they're coming out. But for me, the Suns are sort of, their transition is really good. besides Tuke Miller, of course, but their transition's really good. Where they're breaking down is centre-half forward at the moment. So whether it's they've got to lower their eyes or whether they've got to take another step and go over that, they're just not getting it deep enough for mine. They've turned it over quite a few times at centre-half forward. So I think that's just one area they've got to tidy up. You know, it's pretty even. I don't know, obviously you'll probably go through the stats on all the other sort of stuff, but I feel that both are playing a similar brand of footy, but I'm really liking the intensity from West Coast Eagles. When they're getting the ball, they're taking their time, they've been very poised, their foot skills have been really, really good, and they've been able to get it really deep. You know, they're not turning over. I haven't seen them bomb it. You know, if they win a loose ball, they've got support in numbers, which is really important. So, yeah, it's a really good contest at the moment.
You're spot on, Whitey. I think they've come with a plan. It's also their style of play, West Coast, but definitely owning the ball. You know, all the stuff that was going south for them, their stoppage and contested ball, that sort of stayed the same that quarter. So they stayed in the arm wrestle on the inside stuff, and then, yeah, they owned the ball. And what's keeping them in the game is obviously their efficiency. They're kicking accurately, 6 goals, 1 or 2, is it? So they're kicking really accurately, which is keeping in it, but they're also denying the Suns to be able to play fast. I think we've probably called once or twice the Suns have been able to go fast with their ball movement when they look dangerous. The rest of the time it's been slow and haphazard, and that has allowed them not to be able to get the scoreboard ticking over evenly for them. So credit to West Coast, and I reckon Dimmer would be frustrated about them not playing their style of brand of footy, which you've seen out here, especially on their home deck, that fast running style, and he'll be asking to probably take more risks and play on a little bit quicker and put West Coast backs under the pump more than what they have so far in the first half.
You know Dimmer pretty well. He's 2 boxes down from us. He doesn't look too happy when I've just peered through the window.
No, well, they're a long way off the style of play that he wants to do. Now, that is a bit of credit to West Coast, as we've mentioned, but yeah, they're as if they haven't really woken up. And that's no discredit to West Coast, but I reckon they haven't given them everything what they've got in their kit bag, and I reckon that'll be his message. Guys, we haven't asked enough questions of West Coast yet, and if we let them hang around, the game will get really dicey in the last 10 or 15 minutes of the last quarter.
Yeah, it just seems to me that West Coast are owning the corridor more than what they are. So they've been forced to go down the line. That Will Power one, that last one where Duggan took the mark, it was pretty much uncontested but kicked inside 450. Sort of, I know it was a bit scooted off the boot, but it was a weak line. So it was coming more into the corridor than what they needed to do. So I think they've got to switch it probably a bit more, I reckon, the Suns. They've got to switch it, get the spread. They've got enough runners in their midfield to actually spread it and work West Coast over. West Coast are doing it to them.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're switching the ball and they're being really aggressive with that. So, and the switch creates that movement. It really sees what side is honest to actually work on the 45 and spread and work for space and work for each other. I think West Coast is doing that a bit better at the moment.
So far for the West Coast Eagles, it's been no Harley Reid, no worries. The highly touted #1 draft pick, a member of your brethren, Jeff White, the top picks in the AFL draft, but he's lived up to the hype so far. Managed by the West Coast Eagles this weekend. What do you think about that as a concept by the Eagles, not to put him on the longest flight in footy and bring him over here?
Well, they would know internally if he's a little bit sore and those sorts of things. As you mentioned, it's the longest flight. He's had a huge amount of press, and it was even went up another level last week after his game. So it was probably a little damp in that. Don't take him away on the weight trip, but geez, they could do with him today because the contested inside stuff is why they're lacking. If Yo could have somebody to help him out there and burst away from there, that'd be even more dangerous. So you got to have the big picture. That doesn't sit well with a lot of people, but it's these kind of games is what's going to missing them is what's going to help him.
I quite like that. Look, as much as I want to see him live, I quite like that. You know, the big build up. Look how big it's going to be big next week against Essendon. You know, not going. We've obviously got a game to play here, but I like it. Manage it. It's not for the short term. It's a long term project.
Exactly.
I quite like the decision.
Adam Simpson did say that some of their internal markers were suggesting that he was starting to flag a little bit physically.
Their GPS stuff and sleep and all. They monitor them to the nth degree.
They have all that, and then they have to do 1 to 10 how you're feeling, how'd you sleep, how's your diet, if you're coughing, if you're this, you're that. It's all the professional sort of stuff. So, but I just like it for the hype sort of stuff. He comes over here, doesn't play that well, then I don't know. Just I quite like the balance.
Yeah. Let him ponder the new contract I'm sure they've put to him as well. Jack Darling, it's worth mentioning too, with that goal for the West Coast Eagles, goes past Peter Sumich into clear second all-time on their goal-kicking list. So that's a fair effort from Jack Darling. And the Gold Coast Suns haven't lost a second term this year yet, so a perfect 7 from 7 for the Suns. And when they've led at half-time, which has been 3 times, and coincidentally all of them here at Carrara, they've won all of them.
And I think their second halves have been really good.
Yep.
If you want to look at a negative for West Coast, they sort of fell away a little bit last week.
Yep.
Because of the high intensity of the game style they're playing right now. It demands a high level of intensity. But they're in it. They're competitive. That's what the fans want. That's what the players want. And just on Jack Darling too, hasn't Waterman been great for Jack Darling? There was so much pressure on Jack Darling. But then Waterman's come in. I reckon the coaching staff would have gone, we just need someone just to step up, because all of a sudden then the best defender of the Gold Coast Suns is on Waterman, not Jack Darling.
Yep. It's amazing Darling's career, isn't it? Where he's
a bit of a whipping boy too for the Eagles fans. And
he also leads them contested marks and leads them for tackles.
But his work rate today has been outstanding. Watched him go. He took a mark on the half-back line. There he is leading inside forward 50 and should have got the free kick.
A text here for you, Maddie, just coming in. Lou, who just tags herself as a crow eater, or Lou as a crow eater, says, good to hear Maddie again, even though he was with the power. So, some love for you. So many texts coming in. We'll get to those after the latest from the ABC newsroom. At halftime, it is the Gold Coast Suns leading by 3 points, 7-5-47, plays 7-2-44. Time for us to pause and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News. Hello, I'm Simon Lauder. Thousands of people have marched across Victoria calling for an end to violence against women. The No More rally is one of many that have been held across the country this weekend, where anti-violence advocates are calling on the federal government to declare violence against women a national emergency. Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen was among those who attended the rally in Melbourne today. At the Bendigo rally, Hannah Stewart, who works in the domestic violence sector, says they're struggling to meet needs.
I think we're all just angry. We're underfunded and under-resourced, and I don't even know. It's kind of at the point where how many workers can they give us? There's too much violence occurring for us to adequately meet that need.
A West Australian man has faced court charged with murdering a 30-year-old woman whose body was discovered following a house fire south of Perth. Blake Kagi reports.
WA Homicide Squad detectives allege the 35-year-old man assaulted the woman at their home in Warnbro on Thursday night before setting the property alight. Emergency services personnel found the woman's body in the early hours of Friday morning. Police say the man fled the home with the victim's 3-year-old child. The pair subsequently went to Rockingham Hospital for treatment for smoke inhalation. The man was not required to plead when he faced the Perth Magistrates Court today, charged with murder and criminal damage by fire. He's been remanded in custody to return to court on May the 29th.
A court has heard a man threw a plank of wood into the air during a riot outside a Western Sydney church involving up to 2,000 people. Melissa McKay reports.
27-year-old Joseph Nader has been granted bail after being charged with rioting and throwing a missile at a police officer earlier this month. His defence lawyer told Parramatta Bail Court Mr Nader did not aim the projectile at any particular person and the plank did not hit anyone. The prosecution alleged Mr Nader was part of a group trying to enter the Christ the Good Shepherd Church at Wakeley, where Bishop Marmari Emmanuel was stabbed during a mass. The magistrate imposed a curfew on Mr Nader and ordered him to report to police 3 times a week.
Thousands of Israelis have yet again taken to streets to demand the government do more to secure the release of the hostages held by Hamas. It comes as the Israeli leadership signals its planned offensive on Rafah in Gaza could be suspended if talks result in a hostage deal. This report from the BBC's Anna Foster in Tel Aviv.
Those talks have been going on for weeks and weeks now. The last time we saw a significant hostage release was at the end of last year. At one point, we were told the talks had really very much broken down. The two sides weren't really in communication at all. But the Egyptian delegation's visit this week and the further efforts of the US were led to believe that perhaps they're moving slightly closer in terms of trying to achieve a deal. But certainly those powerful messages that we heard on the stage tonight from the hostage families, they were talking directly to the politicians, and they were saying you need to do a deal while they're still alive. You need to do what they can to ensure their release now.
The pilot killed in an aircraft crash in Victoria's Alpine region yesterday has been identified as a 73-year-old man from Melbourne's northeast. Police say he was flying a powered glider when the aircraft crashed at Mount Beauty Airfield. His passenger, 39-year-old Melbourne woman Kate Callingham, was also killed. Victoria Police and the State's Gliding Association are investigating. The Victorian government says it plans to build more than 70,000 additional homes above and around 6 suburban rail loop precincts in Melbourne's east by the 2050s. The government has today released its proposed key directions for the project, including land use changes around stations in Box Hill, Burwood, Glen Waverley, Monash, Clayton and Cheltenham. Townhouses and mid-rise apartments are expected to be built within walking distance to the stations, while taller apartment and office buildings will be built in the precinct core. Premier Jacinta Allen says Melbourne is growing fast and the government wants more transport, jobs and homes for Victorians.
We're doing this because we do have the opportunity, when we've got works in the ground for new stations, to also think about the communities that will be constructed around it. And that is why you can see from the key directions documentation, there is the opportunity to have taller buildings.
A tourist visiting a remote Norwegian archipelago has been fined nearly $1,700 for getting too close to a walrus. Members of the public alerted authorities after seeing a man go onto an ice floe to approach the walrus. It's illegal to approach wildlife in the area in a way that disturbs them. You're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Looking for an easy way to find out what's happening in the world of sport? Stay up to date with the week's best sports stories, highlights and analysis with the ABC Sport newsletter.
Oh, that is amazing!
It's sports content to make you think or allow you not to. Delivered to your inbox every Saturday.
Game, set, bingo!
To sign up and get the latest sports news each week, head to abc.net.au/connect, scroll down and select ABC Sport. The 2024 Anzac Day Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Anderson knocks it forward for the Suns. Rogers emerges with it, delivers inside 50, and Day leading up, juggles the mark. 40 metres out, slightly right of centre. Boot to ball from 45, works it left to right. First game of the year, first goal of the year. And the Suns take their first lead of the afternoon.
Got it back to Powell, under pressure. He gets the handball backwards, looking for Anderson. Turnover. Petrocelli picks it up, gets inside 50, and bangs it through for the Eagles. Forward turnover. It's the hot thing in AFL footy.
Rogers, handball to Ralph, runs through 50, kicks to the pocket, spots up Ainsworth. Appropriately in this game, coast to coast from the Suns. Right forward pocket, set shot, little stutter, drop punt. Puts the Suns back in front.
Cut off there in the middle by Sam Day. Oh, Elliot Yeo just went through 3 of them, grabbed the ball, said it's mine, and delivered a beautiful kick. Jack Darling, 20 metres out. Coming in, his kick 4 for the year from 30 metres out. Strikes that nicely. The Eagles are back in front.
A good kick for Berry, forward of the wing for the Suns. Into the pocket he goes. Up goes Walter, doesn't take the mark. Down at ground level. Quickly, Humphrey, somehow squeezing it through from the pocket.
Wobbly kick towards centre wing. Well read by Duggan, who took it on his chest, then played on. The left foot into the pocket. Delightful. And Waterman. Now he wheels it around. The right foot. Oh, he struck it magnificently. Talk about the hot hand. Jake Waterman has 3.
The 2024 Anzac Day Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have you with us. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn and Sydney to follow this match. The Gold Coast Suns and the West Coast Eagles. 7-5-47. The Suns lead the Eagles 7-2-44. If you're catching up late, we had 7 lead changes in that second term. 7 goals, goal for goal. And in the end, the Suns put 2 together back-to-back to lead by 10 points, which is a game-high lead for them. The Eagles kicking the last of the term to bring it back to 3 points at the main break. Ben Cameron alongside Michael Price, Matt Primus, Jeff White, our experts, Jamie Stanton downstairs on the boundary. Great to have you with us. Enjoyed some of the hospitality up here at Carrara as well. A few pieces of pizza at the half-time break. Your text coming in on 0437 774 774. Great call, guys. FYI, Bailey cut his hair in August last year. He did, but he didn't have the stickers at that point. So it was the stickers that really threw us off. Lots of other texts coming through. I like this one. Steve says, gents, please address the elephant in the room. I should say the Suns have the most hideous Guernsey in the league. What do we think about that? Matty Primus, Jeff White, do we agree or disagree?
Jeez.
Hideous.
That's a strong word, isn't it?
I would have thought ordinary is a good description. It's an ordinary
plain,
jumper.
so I'm not sure you can call it hideous. But it is a little plain.
I've seen some bad clash ones. The Hawks have had some bad clash ones over the journey, and the Bulldogs have. They've been hideous.
It resonates with, life-saving and all that sort of stuff. That's
Is that the theme?
It's sort of where the basis came from, yeah.
I just like a little more pattern. I think it's got elements of a training jumper to it.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they do, but...
It's quite plain.
Yeah. No, it grows on you, I guess. If you're a fan, it grows on you. If you live here, it grows on you.
I'm a fan. I'm a firm believer that all footy jumpers should be able to be drawn by a 10-year-old kid. So, sort of block colours is a basic premise. Like not the West Coast Eagles Ochre jersey from the early 2000s.
If we're talking about jumpers, I leave Melbourne aside on this, but doesn't GWS do a great job?
Yeah.
Well, Hawaii and
absolutely.
Home and away Guernseys.
Yep.
Indeed.
I think we can head downstairs to Jamie Stanton between the benches. Jamie.
I was just going to make reference to your guys' comment around Bailey Humphrey and his stickers. Over the summer break, he's moved in with 3 of the AFLW girls, so maybe they're giving him a bit more fashion sense on the haircut and what attracts the females.
Which 3 AFLW players is he living with, Jamie?
Maddie Brancatisano, Mira Gervin and Jack Dupay, so 3 of our absolute all-stars.
And I help out with the Suns women's side, and he helps out, and so does Alex Sexton, and Rory Thompson is the backline coach. Wow. So a good synergy there, but I've seen Bailey helping out so really good for, how old is he, 19, 20-year-old?
Yeah, that's great to hear.
I love that he's involved, and he helps out on those training nights, and Jamie's a part of that.
Yep.
But yeah, when... The word was when Hardwick first came in the club, the first thing he saw was the comparison with him and with Humphrey and Dusty Martin.
Yeah.
Sort of stuff, yeah.
Very interesting. Keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. Apologies if I haven't got to it. A lot to work through. Neil in Coburg says, West Coast have found improvement, just waiting for North Melbourne to join them. Is this decision to rest Harley Reid going to cost the Eagles a chance for 3 wins in a row? That's from Greg in Kyabram, famously the hometown of Brett Delidio, another one of your former number 1 draft picks.
Yeah. No, I think that I'm really impressed with the style. They've obviously done a lot of homework. They've addressed their game style over the summer. They look fit. They look strong over the ball, really balanced. Foot skills are a huge improvement. So a lot of ticks for my mind watching the Eagles live today.
Another text coming through. This is quite humorous. Jeffrey in Morawat, which I believe is in country WA, says, I've been so distracted by Jake Waterman that I drove my tractor into the neighbour's paddock. Go the Eagles. Gold Coast leading by 3 points. Second half.
I love the text message.
About to get underway. 7-5-47 the Suns. The Eagles 7-2-44. Here we go. Sunday footy on ABC Sports. Second half underway.
Hayley Williams versus Witts. Witts takes it out of the ruck, immediately gets the large left footer to it, and that's nicely taken at centre half back by Cole. Good defensive mark in front of Flanders there. And he's going to play on. Long kick towards half forward. Waterman on cue. Takes the mark with the Fraser Gehrig lookalike haircut. And just quietly, he's got Sam Collins on him. That's 2 very ordinary haircuts there. Then he goes closer to the corridor and finds Cole, who made his way down the ground.
Hubbard's nightmare, that matchup, as Cole gives it off to Waterman. Inside 50 for Cripps. A well-weighted kick. He takes it 40 out, as good as directly in front.
Matty, it just shows you how important, if you can get some movement through the corridor and you're willing to take that risk, how much of the forward line it opens up for you. It's just great play from the Eagles there.
Jamie Cripps kicked a goal in every game this year and multiples twice. Goalless today. Looking to take back the lead for the Eagles. He snatches it back. Flips the margin. The Eagles lead by 3 points. 8-2-50 plays 7-5-47. They strike first in the second half. Matt Primus, Jeff White on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
And just lowering the eyes. A beautiful mark, 70 metres out, but then lowered his eyes, hit a short one, then got the handball receive and then hit another short one, because the Suns had their numbers back. We know how good their intercept marking is with Mac Andrews and Charlie Ballard. Just really smart decision making. And then to be able to get that intercept mark off the centre bounce clearance too was really important. So it's just some great signs here for West Coast, and their accuracy is obviously keeping them right in the game. 8 goals too. Great goal kicking.
Yeah, 8th lead change of the afternoon.
I think at times too, when they've tried to go through the corridor in the past, they've really stuffed up those kicks.
Yeah, they've turned it over.
This is what I'm really impressed with, their foot skills.
And they're converting better in front of goal. 13 shots from their 21 inside 50s, as the Gold Coast 12 shots from 28 inside 50s. Back into the middle. Well done by Williams, who gathered it in one arm as he was at the apex of his jump. Then he kicked it forward. Big collision, and the ball spills. There's a couple of bodies still on the ground. There's a Gold Coast Sun. They're just getting up and just holding his arm. Is Closey by the looks of things. So he's got a dead right arm. It's just hanging there. That Witts from the ruck contest slaps it forward. It's taken there.
He's hurt himself.
He's despising it, isn't he, Whitey?
The wrist from Closey, yeah.
Another ball up inside the centre square. There's a whistle on play. It's going to be a hold. It's going to go to Jared Witts again against Williams, who's pleading his case, but never seen one of the people in lime green change their decision once they've made it.
Jared Witts. It's his left slipper through it, up to half forward. Bailey Humphrey arriving, King roving the pack, off to Rogers, flying shot from 40, is straight through. His first goal in league footy. And he's surrounded by a sea of red. And the Suns regain the lead. Back out by 3 points. 8-5-53 plays 8-2-54. This is an arm wrestle on the Gold Coast before Matt Primus and Jeff White, Jamie Stanton.
Closest head is straight underneath the change rooms to be assessed by physio and doctor. He spoke directly to the physio straight away, and Lindsay, the physio at the Gold Coast Suns, didn't even assess him on the boundary, just took him straight underneath.
I reckon it's a wrist. He was it felt like a stinger, yeah, but I reckon it was a wrist. It was a huge collision in the middle, but this is so the first centre bounce, they had an intercept mark at centre half forward for the Suns. That's where they were breaking down. They didn't then, so this is where they need to really fix up. Great finish by Jakey Rogers.
Well done. 2 young men scoring their first goal in league footy today, both for the Suns, Graham and Rogers. There's a free kick from the ensuing centre bounce. It'll go to Noah Anderson. This is disposal number 22 for Anderson. Prolific game. And it's a long kick towards Sam Day. Well spoiled. Front and square was Rogers. Handball over to Humphrey. His handball laterally to Ainsworth. Gets around an opponent. Curls it through. 2 in a row for the Suns and 2 for Ben Ainsworth. 9-5-53 the Gold Coast Suns. Sorry, 9-5-59 I should say. The scoreboard was halfway through changing everything there. 8-2-50. It's now a 9-point margin in favour of the Suns. 4.5 gone third term.
They've been really aggressive, the Suns, to come out there. They've won some inside balls, 3 centre bounce clearances. They've sort of gone their way, and then they've got some really fast movement off it. They come with a bit of intent. You could see what Dim was spoken to them about trying to move the ball fast. Even the free kick that they won then. As soon as the free kick was won, wheeled and go and got it in deep inside 50, 1-on-1.
When they've played well this year, their half forwards have been, and their half forwards and small forwards have been really, really damaging inside forward 50, and this is what's happened. Led by Jakey Rogers, he's been outstanding.
11-4 centre bounce clearances so far. It's becoming a bit of a worry for West Coast now.
666 warning, I think, in the middle. Razor Ray just going over to Bailey J. Williams and letting him know. And puts it aloft in the middle. Witt's able to hook it down. He'll get it back from Miller. The great mates combining. Kicks the Suns to half forward. There is Rogers. Can't take the mark. Spills to ground level. Wrapped up quickly is Tom Cole. The Suns lead by 9 points. 9 lead changes. Benny Ainsworth, first multiple goal kicker of the afternoon for the Suns. Anderson loses it, spills out to Rao. Flanders pokes a high kick to full forward. King launches, doesn't mark. Miller at the 4, McGovern 2. Shovels out a handball towards Chesser arriving. Then Miller picks it up, gets rid of it. Fiorini shrugging a tackle. He'll kick back to full forward. King goes up. Again can't mark. Cripps arrives to clear for the Eagles.
He clears the arc of 50. Walter gets in front of Waterman once again. Waterman all the way down. It's gone over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in at left half forward for the Suns. Jamie Stanton's down there.
His returns back to the bench. No strapping on any wrist or any shoulder. He looks good to go.
There you go.
It's just tried to smash to the last 3 stoppage balls forward here. See if he tries to do it again.
He gets to the front position in front of Bailey Williams. Both miss it. Picked up by Miller. His handball cut off by Hoff. It was smothered by Jake Rogers, who then picked it up, tackled into the ground by Cripps. Ball stuck underneath the pair on the logo on the arc, and we'll get a ball up.
I think he's going to be on a few highlights reels this week in the meeting, Jakey Rogers.
Bailey Williams wins the tap for the Eagles. Reaching over Witts to win it down. Flanders shoveling it out though. Miller quickly wrapped up and Razor Ray comes in. We've got two great ruck minds. What have you made of the ruck battle? Obviously Bailey Williams undersized against Jared Witts.
It's a holding, yeah.
He's trying. He's just he had a couple of good moments, but then
he's got to move. He's got to move a fair bit.
Eagles win it back inside their defensive 50. Cole's handball errant. Ryan overruns it. Cole hacks it off the deck into the middle of the ground.
So Fiorini has to backtrack. Gathered well. Wheeled onto his left foot and he's coming laterally. McAndrew made his way there in front of Darling. Couldn't quite pick it up. Jaden Hunt kept his feet. Towed it forward. Now they're a chance. The big handball swept from Cripps. Back to Darling. Measuring a kick. Tried to find Ryan, but Sam Collins takes a defensive mark. Does beautifully and hits the goal square to find Charlie Ballard.
The Suns at fullback, leading by 9 points. Long kick up to the wing. Miller does well to bring it down. Loose footy on the wing. Rao goes in hard. Only knows one way. It spills out. Whistle though. Free kick will come back to Rao. So just getting back to that ruck battle. You want him to move around, not engage in a wrestle.
Yeah, I want him to get Witts looking for him because Witts wants to own that front position. So if he moves around, then Witts has got to turn his head. But it's all about timing.
Suns by 9 points. Lukosius, beautiful 60-metre pass to Holman. Wheels onto the left, looks inside 50 with it and spoils. Jimby at the fall of the ball. Eagles at half-back. Handball to Rotham. Handball on to Chesser. Looks corridor, nothing there. He'll kick up to the logo. Leading up Brockman, getting in front of him, Powell. Suns back in possession on the wing.
He backed himself with pace, Powell. Took a bounce and then it was a wobbly kick. Nicely cut off by Rotham across the arc. He hits centre half back to find Jack Williams. Gets down on hands and knees and then handballs it over to McGovern. McGovern flares it out a little bit wider, just short of centre wing out of side to find Hoff. He plays on. Waterman is just prolific today. He's made his way just beyond centre wing. Long kick towards the pocket, flying back there. The big fist came, but it's going to be a free kick.
West Coast free kick. Charlie Ballard hung on to him.
And it's Elliot Yeo who's going to be the recipient of that. I think it was Atkins at the bottom there holding on as well, but Ballard got in his way. You're dead right, Matty Primus.
Sometimes you've got to be aware of who you're on. You know, if you're going against a taller player, there could be a bit of body work, but when there's two taller guys in Elliot Yeo, you just got to go and go for the mark in a way.
How about his stats? He's had 10 disposals, but all 10 of them contested possessions as well. He's done beautifully today. 4 clearances and 246 metres gained. He's also kicked a goal already. He'll shoot from about 30. It's a tight angle to the left. He leans back on it and just pushes it to the left. One behind the result. So 59 plays 51. It's an 8-point margin. And we'll play 14 minutes of this third term.
The Suns are definitely trying to play on quicker. They're trying not to allow West Coast to pin them in.
Short kick into the pocket. Now the native Sandgroper kicks up to the wing. Good mark, Walter. Coming in from this side.
McGovern's gone off for a rest, so this is where they want to maximise something here, the Suns.
Has it on the wing. Boyhood West Coast Eagles fan playing for the Suns. Stabs it short to Flanders. Flanders on the Anzac Round logo. Goes short McClosey, who's back out there after that wrist injury. Right in front of Jamie Stanton. Now runs away, back onto the logo. Driving ball inside 50 for the Suns. Pack forms, King crashes it. Spills down for Duggan, gang tackled. All up to come, 25 out from the attacking goal. For the Suns, they led it by 8 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
So the umpire can come in, Razor Ray throws it up. Witts gets to the front position, taps it down to his own advantage, grabs it, he's tackled. Should have been illegal disposal, and it is. Just couldn't quite get it down onto that size 13 slipper. Size 26 slipper it would be, actually. The handball comes to Witherden now from the Eagles' defence. Short of centre wing, Powell with the sit, fisted it. Roved by Collins. His handball didn't quite hit the target. Well done by Kelly, who got there. He's tackled as he got a handball away to Darling. He let loose the ball. Enter Rogers. A sweeping handball from Closey. Finds Miller. He tries to sizzle a pass. It's a worm burner. It hits Humphrey, who's tackled. Breaks the tackle. Handball to Anderson. Anderson dribbles it through. Well done, Bailey Humphrey. Well followed up there by Noah Anderson, who gets his second. And again, the Gold Coast extend their lead. 10-5-65 to 8-3-51. It's now 14 points the margin.
That was impressive work from Noah Anderson. He was involved in the contest where Jakey Rogers got it off the ground and then it sprinted forward, really hard forward, and knew that there was an opportunity to take a risk. What about the strength of Bailey Humphrey then? Wow.
He was tackled for all money there, just broke it at the last minute, got that handball off.
West Coast players wearing him like a backpack.
Yeah.
Still got it off.
The first time today that the Gold Coast Suns have kicked 3 consecutive majors and a game-high lead for them. The Eagles did kick the first 3 of the match. They led by 18. Just 5 minutes into this game, but now the Suns are the most they have.
This is where I think Eagles need to take an opportunity out of the centre. Witts is not in there. They've only got Day. No disrespect to him, but
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Day the tap down to Anderson, who handballs it forward. Day knocks it on. Rogers tries the don't argue, gets rid of it to Miller. Tumbling a kick inside 50 for the Suns. Arriving quickly, Walter. There to mop it up. Edwards for the Eagles. That's Harry. Handball out towards Duggan, who carries it out. And a throw-in to come in the pocket. So the Suns by 14. Matt Primus, Jeff White, Jamie Stanton on the boundary, Ben Cameron and Michael Price calling the action.
36 inside 50s to 23 in favour of the Suns, but it's only a 14-point lead. You saw the pensive look of Damien Hardwick on the Gold Coast Suns scoreboard screen here. Came off the hands of Day from the throw when it was taken by Holman, who's immediately wrapped up by Rotham, and we'll have a ball up 35 metres out from the Gold Coast goal. Humphrey overran it, picked up by Tim Kelly. He's taken into the ground by Will Graham, and Holman again involved. So the umpire's going to come in and throw it up from about 25 metres out. Day now goes up against Williams. Day won it out, but it's the Eagles with the numbers. Duggan handball back to Kelly. Off a step, he kicks it just beyond half-back. Petruccelli spoiled by Atkins. Roved there by Ainsworth. Kicks it to the top of the square. King flew off his hands. It was gathered by the Eagles, and boy, tackled into the ground by Sam Day was Jack Williams. And again, 20 metres out, there'll be a ball up.
Umpire puts it aloft. Day winning the tap, but onto a Kelly for the Eagles. Gives the handball in the back pocket to Duggan. Kick up towards the wing. Darling presenting, drops it. Allows in McAndrew, he knocks it out. And a throw-in to come on the Nerang River wing. Gold Coast by 14 minutes into the third.
Tim Kelly's work rate around stoppages has been outstanding so far. Just got to get that momentum out of that stoppages.
Reigning best and fairest to the Eagles. Day with hands on the ball in. Yo steals it for the Eagles. Handball back to Duggan. Hacks it forward, and Ryan Marks on the logo just takes off, running laterally. He'll kick laterally as well. One logo to the other. Off drops the mark. Time to recover for the Eagles on the wing. Handball to Witherden. Little 1-2. Off now with shoulders towards goal. He kicks to half forward, and Lukosius marks. Turnover. Suns back with it. Half-back flank.
Just a little bit of panic there in the exchange between Witherden and Hoff there, and Lukosius, predictably long kick beyond centre wing. King might have been nudged out of that. Umpire says no. Hoff took it over the boundary line. The Suns appeal for a free kick, nothing doing. There'll be a throw in right in front of us.
Text coming through on the SMS line. Hi team, enjoying the call and commentary. We're Hardwick and Simo prodigies of Clarko. That's from Stan in Victoria. Yes, they were. A lot of coaches around the place. Part of his coaching tree. You had him as an assistant at Port as well, didn't you?
Yeah, certainly did, yes, for a couple of years.
Throw in comes from Sam Day, taps it down to Anderson. Handball over to Miller, back to Anderson from 60 metres out. He kicks it to the top of the square. The big fly from Walter at the back, roved by Witherden. Handball to Chesser. He's pursued there by Berry. Got the handball out to the arc, found Liam Ryan. He goes for the long kick beyond centre wing. It advantages Petrocelli, who attacked it, and then Sam Collins attacked him. He won the ball. Oh, well done, Sam Collins, and then he stubbed his toe on the kick. Picked up by Petrocelli. Kicks it inside 50. Darling in a 2-on-1. Got actually barrelled out of it by Lukosius, who took the mark and played on. Gave it to Closey.
And now he kicks up to the wing for Ainsworth. The Suns trying to move it down the western wing. Ainsworth, I think he likes. The Eagles have done well to shift across and close off the outlets.
They did really well then.
Ainsworth comes infield to Flanders. Suns by 14. 17 minutes gone in the third. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Beautiful rainbow over the Nerang River wing. Ainsworth kicks up to half forward. Up goes Day. Hands to it. Down in front of the pack. Graham tackled strongly by Luke Edwards. And a ball up to come. Between wing and half forward here for the Suns.
Umpire's going to throw it up. Sam Day got it straight down. Elliot Yeo grabs it for the Eagles. He's tackled by Matt Rowell, and the umpire's going to throw it up again in the same spot. It's between the wing and half forward for the Suns on the commentary side. Eagles win this stoppage. Kelly with the handball out. It misses Marek, though. They'll have to tidy it up. Well done, Rotherham, through the traffic. Got the handball away, found Luke Edwards. He sidesteps one. The handball back inboard to Marek, who sidestepped and delivered one into the middle of the ground. It's dangerous, but Chesser made it look good. Against Fiorini, gathers. Long kick in the Waterman direction, but Mac Andrew floating back. While Sam Collins held Waterman down, Mac Andrew came across and took a beautiful defensive mark.
Whitey's man, he's anointed him the most important defender in this Suns defence. Long kick to Atkins, right on the centre line, out on the Nerang River wing. Floating a kick towards half forward, bouncing ball, attacking it. Edwards there for the Eagles. Harry Edwards knocks it on to Kelly. On to Chesser, centre half back. A kick into the middle of the ground, a poor one, a turnover. Flanders marks for the Suns.
They keep playing on quick here, the Suns. They've missed a couple of opportunities because they've chosen to go slow.
14 points to the good. Driving ball inside 50, looking for a mark. Harry Edwards, really well done. Got rid of his man, takes the defensive mark for the Eagles.
Been impressive today, Day, King, Walter. He matched up with quite a few and held his own easily.
A beautiful Harry Edwards, a Swan Districts product. Long kick, just short of centre wing on the outer side. Actually went over the head of Darling, has punched out of his hands.
I saw Hardwick on the big screen saying, like in the commentary box, spread, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment. The Gold Coast Suns forwards are getting in the way of each other. There's no spread when it's coming inside forward 50, so I'll be interested to see how this goes inside forward 50.
Fiorini put his head over the ball there, got a free kick for a high contact, just forward to centre wing. He kicks to the top of the square, off hands. Well, Sam Day's claiming it. That's about 4 sets of hands, I reckon, have touched that. He was at the front of the pack. He got 1 and 2, but I don't know whether there was several in between, but he's going to be paid the mark. 30 out, slight angle to the right. I reckon a few others have had a piece of that, just quietly.
Yeah, there's a few. I guess that's what he's trying to look for, is to actually come at the ball. Don't sit there and then go for it. Come and be dangerous if you're going to lead up and then come back at the ball.
Sell it like you're confident, and he did. Sam Day leans back and he squeezes it in. He's got his second goal. The Gold Coast Suns have there. No, he hasn't. There's going to be another review. Razor's involved. He's come through to pick the ball up and draw the square.
Sammy didn't look confident at all.
No, he didn't look good.
Went to his own.
This is another one where it's flirted with the goalpost.
Oh, spike.
Oh, indeed. That's a fairly quick decision too. It will be called a behind, so we'll go back. The ARC confirms that it is a behind. So well done. As long as we get the correct answers, I'm all happy with that. 10-6-66 plays 8-3-51, a 15-point margin. Jamie Stanton's on the boundary.
The Eagles have just made their tactical sub. Dom Sheed's just come onto the field. Still not sure exactly who's been subbed out. But also one to note, Jake Rogers in a contest just before. Looks like he's got a bit of a corky in his right calf. He's trying to shake it off. He's just come back onto the field, but looks a little bit proppy.
Thanks, Jamie. Just keep an eye on Campbell Chesser. I wonder whether he's been subbed out for the Eagles. We'll come back to you as Edwards gets a clearing kick up to the wing and mark taken by Flanders. On the logo. Suns back in possession. Stabs it short to Powell. Right on the logo. Wheels around. Low ball for a leading King. And he had enough of it, says the umpire. It looked like his ball from the moment it left the boot of Will Powell on the wing. Directly in front, 35 out.
That was a beautiful kick. And that was work rate of the forwards. The Suns forwards to actually create movement, to actually have that space for Will Powell. He's the one. It wasn't King, even though he's leading into the area. Will Powell put it there for him to go for it.
Ben King already got one today. Set shot directly in front, 40 out. He steers it through. And the Gold Coast Suns are taking control at Carrara. They lead by a game high 21 points, 11-6-72, plays 8-3-51. Sunday footy on ABC Sport before our rucks, Matt Primus and Jeff White, Jamie Stanton between the benches.
Can confirm it's Campbell Chesser who's been subbed out for the West Coast Eagles.
Yeah, just a dominance, time in possession with the ball. They're disallowing West Coast to go inside 50. They're dominating territory, and as we thought, the Suns forward 6 are super powerful, and they're getting enough opportunities. They're going to score. Not quite sure what the inside 50s are this quarter here, Pricey, but yeah, 14-5 in favour of the Suns, and they're just getting dominant field position, and eventually West Coast backs are going to concede some goals, which they are in the last 10 minutes.
So just starting to put a little distance between themselves and the Eagles, the Gold Coast Suns here, as Witts slaps it forward. Rowell takes it, handball to Anderson, back to Witts. Well played. Good smother there, though, by Elliot Yeo, who's fighting manfully for the Eagles. He kicks it towards right half forward, looking for Ryan, who did well against Powell. Couldn't quite gather it at ground level. Powell could. Handball there to Graham. Back to Powell, who kept running. To the wing. Good sweeping handball. Finds Jared Witts. He lopes up the boundary line, the big fella. Beautiful pass. Finds Ben King on the lead. Hits him right on the arc of 50. He's just asking if the man on the mark can be moved back to the arc, and has done, so he's come back.
This is in his range, you think, Pricey?
I reckon Ben King's got this about, with a couple of metres to spare.
Right goalpost.
I'll be leaning towards you or Matty Primus. My goal kicking was never that good, or hitting off the first tee just quietly. He gets to the right-hand side of the mark. You were right, Whitey. He aimed it at the left goal post and ended up out of bounds on the full. Well played.
Or left.
He aimed at the scoreboard. Out the full.
Got an update for us at Live, Whitey? Been keeping an eye on it.
Oh,
let's see if Cam Smith or Eddie Jones, how they're going, the Aussies. He's in the back pocket. Long kick.
Oh,
massive fly from Mac Andrews.
Unfortunately, he won't beat Elliott, but good stuff, mate.
Good grab. High kick back inside 50 for the Suns. Up goes Walter. Hands to it. Brings it down. Berry. Big, don't argue. Get off me. Lateral kick, a shocker. Going backwards, back beyond the defensive, the attacking 50 for the Suns, and eventually Ellie J. Williams gets it out.
Hurt himself.
And Berry might have hurt himself. Fair ride from...
Oh, he's taking over Witts too. Thanks for that.
It's a fair height to get up there, isn't it?
Yep.
Mac Andrew, he's provided a few highlights. The ball's going to be thrown in across the paint of 50. Witts in front of Williams. Gave it tap down to Berry, who pushed his way through that stoppage. Got tackled in the end. It's cleared by Genby, and it's nicely cut off by Atkins here, just forward of the commentary wing in the shade here at Carrara, which has just expanded across to, let's say, nearly halfway. Razor's blown the whistle. That was just basically to tell Sam Collins to get away from Waterman on the mark. Held up for a few seconds. A few seconds of screen time for Razor, and a long kick to by Atkins to the top of the square. Walter held his man Duggan without the ball. It's going to be a free kick to Duggan at the top of the goal square. West Coast Eagles should relieve the pressure here.
Duggan wants to go short laterally, puts his teammate under a little bit of pressure. Hunt arriving, Closey knocks it out. Sheed, the sub, into the action for the Eagles, going after it, and Holman driving across the boundary line. A throw in to come.
Just lost their composure, the Eagles. They're under enormous pressure, but they've just got to try and own the ball for a period here and allow the Suns not to be able to get at them and tackle and harass them.
Last 4 goals of the game belonging to the Gold Coast Suns. Coming up after this, Hawthorn and Sydney. Umpire brings it back in. Williams palming it down to the front for the Eagles. Yo on his back, slaps it out. Holman emerges with it. Stripped by Bailey Williams, holding the ball. You like those types of efforts from your big ruckman? We've seen that from Matty Primus and Jeff White.
Not that. Yeah, I would have tried. Not that athletic. Maybe Whitey.
The humility, the humble nature of the two big ruckmen here in the box is palpable as the ball comes off hands over the boundary line on the Nerang River wing. It was a free kick. It'll go to the big ruckman and Jared Witts.
He's been enormous this quarter. Been really stood up. Captain, co-captain, really good.
27 hit-outs, a goal and 13 disposals, and a long kick towards the forward pocket. Walter did well, got the handball off to Graham. He's tackled into the ground, ball stuck underneath him. The umpire's going to come in and say, I'll ball it up 40 metres out, just slightly to the right of centre. Once again, surrounded by about 20 players. Off the hands of the ruckman, Rao let loose a handball, picked up by Jinby. It's going to be a free kick. Umpire's going to say no advantage. Oh, it's actually coming back to the Gold Coast. It's going to be a free kick to Matt Rowell. I thought he was just like one of those traffic cops that was having a little bit of confusion there, Razor. I didn't know which way he was pointing, but it's a Matt Rowell free kick. The man on the mark is Jinby, standing 40 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Their defensive pressure from the Suns has been the difference this quarter. That's why they're in front.
8 tackles from Rao, 5 inside 50s, 5 clearances yet to score. He traverses the 50. Let's go from 45. It's straight enough. Is it long enough? Yes, indeed. Goal umpire signals all clear. And Matt Rowell gets his first goal. The Suns extend their lead yet again. 27 points now, 12-6-78, plays 8-3-51 with a couple of minutes left to go of this third term.
Hardwick could be happy with the way they've played this quarter. The forward to centre stoppages, the forward to centre defensive work. They've put the West Coast Eagles under pressure. In the first half, the Eagles were able to get that. They were able to transfer from deep inside their back 50 a long way inside forward 50. And it was too easy. It's obviously something they've addressed at half-time.
Taking away their time and space, haven't they?
Yep.
No uncontested marks. Make long down the line, and anything long down the line or stoppages advantage to the Suns. It's been a significant shift since half-time.
So 5 unanswered goals for the Gold Coast Suns. The Eagles kicked the first of this term. They led by 3 points at that stage. Then we saw the 9th lead change of the afternoon. From that point on, it's gone from 3 points to 28. Witts out of the middle. Kicks the Suns inside 50. McGovern drops it. Eagles knock it away onto it. Rogers slips over. Regains his footing. Cleverly chips towards Walter. Just overshoots him. Cole on the last line for West Coast. Kick smothered. Ricochets away back towards a central sort of spot. Duggan tackled. Appeals for holding the ball. No ball up to come. Suns lead by 27 points. Great to have you with us. Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
So the umpire throws it up at the top of the goal square. Off hands, Matt Rowell. Goal! His second. In a matter of minutes. The Suns now lead by 33 points. 13-6-84 to 8-3-51. And once again, the ruck work. You can see the body language, some of the Eagles' defence. They're just sort of in a circle. They've expended a lot of energy, but the Suns just breaking away now.
Bailey Williams, after that centre bounce, he's going to be a sore boy after this game. Witts has just ambushed him with his knees and arms and body, and he's a sore boy getting around, and then it makes it hard. Then he's got to go to a mid-stoppage and have a wrestle. He's up against the big team.
You know what the really good news is? He's only got 5.5 hours sitting in a small plane seat to Deal with that, Saunders.
I hope he gets the exit, right?
He deserves a business class seat on the way home because he's going to be a sore boy.
How did you guys go with that?
Exit seats. That does. And when you're 20, 25, you're no worries. You can do it easy, can't you?
What about you, Whitey?
Just wherever. I slept most of the time.
Eagles win first possession from the restart, but Miller steals it. Sends the Suns inside 50. Rotham punches it away. Tumbles out, throw in the right forward pocket. For the Suns, they lead by 33. The last 6 in the game. It was an arm wrestle, but eventually the Suns have just got it on their terms. 31 minutes into this third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. We love your company. Witts palming it towards Rowell. Now Duggan wrapped up in a strong tackle from Witts. Size mismatch there, and a ball up to come on the arc of 50 for the Suns here at Carrara.
So throw a blanket over about 20 players as Witts grabs it out of the ruck, sweeps a handball over the head of Holman. Cole read it best, couldn't quite pick it up. Holman got back there for the Suns. He gathered and got tackled into the ground immediately. The umpire's going to ball it up 20 metres out, slight angle to the right forward pocket for the Suns. Put the pedal down in this third term. Williams for the Eagles. Roved by Rogers. He gathers the young man. He's tackled through the goals. And it's actually been paid as a legal disposal, so it'll be a free kick to Witherden, who plays on and kicks it to the back pocket. Finds his man there. It's Hoff. It's a long kick in the Darling direction. Andrew at the back fists it forward, roved by Rowell, front and square. He kicks it to the top of the square. King's got the set. King couldn't take it. Oh, good tackle on Witherden. Turned the ball over. That was young Walter. Belted Alex Witherden, and his clearing kick affected. Taken by Ben Ainsworth. He's only 35 out, 45-degree angle to the left, shooting at his third goal.
And he's just received the message the siren's going to go.
Just in time, Jeff White, thank you very much, as Ben Ainsworth throws the grass up, Matthew Lloyd style, to see how it's going. He's got a straight line to traverse 30 metres out to get his third goal and extend the lead for the Gold Coast Suns. He skips in. Let's go. He starts it right. It curls back and hits the goalpost halfway up. 85 plays 51. It is now a 34-point margin in favour of the Gold Coast Suns after they led by only 3 points at halftime. They trailed at quarter time by 4 points, now leading by 34 points at three-quarter time.
Still don't think players understand that rule. So he was going to snap around the corner, but they said time was going to run out, so he didn't want to play on. He didn't want to snap around the corner, which he can still go the narrow side of the direct line as long as he doesn't
cross that line on the right-hand side.
I'm not sure he was totally au fait with that.
We saw, well, Flanders looked at the bench, and then the bench said, yep.
Might have just been the safer option. But anyway, the Suns lead by 34 points. The goal kickers for the Suns, Ainsworth, who just missed, has a couple. Anderson also with 2, and Rowell with 2. The singles today to Humphrey, to Graham, to Witts, Rogers and King. While for the West Coast Eagles, Waterman with 3, Yeo, Cripps, Petruccelli, Darling and Marek all have singles. It is the Suns. They've blown it open with the last 6 goals of the game. They lead by 34 points as we turn for home. This is Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
The 2024 Anzac Day Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Cole gives it off to Waterman, inside 50 for Cripps. A well-weighted kick. He takes it 40 out, as good as directly in front. Jamie Cripps looking to take back the lead for the Eagles. He snatches it back. It's his left slipper through it, up to half forward. Bailey Humphrey arriving. King roving the pack. Off to Rogers. Flying shot from 40. He's straight through. his first goal in league footy.
Well spoiled, front and square was Rogers, handball over to Humphrey. His handball laterally to Ainsworth, gets around an opponent, curls it through. 2 in a row for the Suns and 2 for Ben Ainsworth. Close, he finds Miller. He tries to sizzle a pass. It's a worm burner. It hits Humphrey, who's tackled, breaks the tackle, handball to Anderson. Anderson dribbles it through. Well done, Bailey Humphrey. Well followed up there by Noah Anderson, who gets his second.
Suns back in possession, stabs it short to Powell, right on the logo. Wheels around, low ball for a leading King. And he had enough of it. Already got one today. Set shot, directly in front, 40 out. He steers it through. And the Gold Coast Suns are taking control at Carrara.
The umpire throws it up at the top of the goal square. Off hands, Matt Rowell. Goal! His second. In a matter of minutes.
The 2024 Anzac Day round.
On your radio,
Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
The Gold Coast Suns have blown it open in the third term. They lead by 34 points on Sunday footy on ABC Sport at three-quarter time. After 5 days, the final game of round 7 is coming up next. Hawthorn and Sydney. Corbin Middlemass is heading up the call. Corb.
Ben, it's 23 degrees. The forecast top was for 22, so it is a perfect day for footy in Melbourne to bring the curtain down on round 7. The 1-5 Hawks up against the 5-1 Swans, so tough one to sell on field, although Sydney's form at the MCG has been a little shaky since the grand final of 2022, where they were humiliated here. They've won only one game since, and that was against Collingwood early in this season before the Pies had their game up and going. There is a late change. It won't help Hawthorn's cause. Mitch Lewis is out, so Mitch Lewis meant to return from knee soreness. He is going to miss another week. He hasn't played since Easter Monday, so no Lewis. Max Ramsden comes back into the team. He is going to start as the tactical sub, and Will Day makes his return from injury, his first game of the new season. Meanwhile, no late change for the Swans. Braden Campbell is their sub. Just some quick news out of the VFL as well, which is an interesting game being played down the road at Box Hill. There was a 67-minute quarter in the third term after Sam Butler, unfortunately, has suffered a suspected broken leg. Play was stopped. Teams had to go off the ground. The ambulance arrived, and unfortunately for Sam Butler, he is off to hospital with a bad break in his lower leg. It's a match in which Luke Parker also makes his return, Ben. He was on 28 disposals, a game high a short time ago for the Sydney Swans, and our own Chad Wingard has kicked a couple of goals for the Hawks. So that all in the VFL. The AFL game's coming up next. Mitch Lewis are laid out, the Hawks and the Swans. Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corb. Certainly hoping for the best in what seems like a bad situation for Sam Butler there. Matt Primus and Jeff White are experts here on Sunday footy on ABC Sport at Carrara. The Suns by 34.
Yeah, they were just too strong in the clinches and contested ball, and as Whitey mentioned, then they just took away their time and space. I think they had 50 uncontested marks for half-time, West Coast. They had 10 that quarter. So Gold Coast just took away everything, made them a quick kick, made them over handball, get tackles, and I think they kicked 5 goals from stoppage, and the other 3 were from 4.5 turnovers. So Dimmer would be ecstatic with the way they played, exactly how he'd picture them going about their footy, and be asking for another 30 minutes of that, where West Coast got to try and fix up their centre bounce and give their forwards a decent look one-on-one ahead of the ball.
Yeah, I like to see West Coast just play on, just play that vibrant energy they had in the first half, and try and only get that ascendancy back through the corridor.
22 inside 50s to 5 was the number that sums up that third term. Underway in the fourth, Witts palming it out in front of Anderson. Onto it, Miller out on the wing. He's tackled quickly. A little crocodile roll there from Petruccelli as well. A ball up on the Narang River wing. Still that rainbow above the Narang River wing. Yeo trying to shrug a tackle. Goes into a second, gets rid of it to Bailey J. Williams. Coming through Petruccelli. Out to Sheet. Eagles going forward. Cripps on the boot. Kicks to full forward. Waterman down there. Marek to Ballard. Outpoints them all to Mark. Good mark at fullback for the Suns. His side leads by 34 points. Early stages of the fourth. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. And a spider right in front of me here in the commentary position at Carrara.
Oh, it's a jumping one too. It's just a little baby, but that's okay. He's not a big fan of spiders. Don't want to argue with that either. As the it's a clearance, and he's got him too.
On my mobile phone, Whitey.
There you go.
Jeff Whitey.
Where's the wipes? They clean up in old 5.
He's just leaned across. Jeff White showing the old ruck style with the left mitt and just...
It's a good tap.
Took that arachnid straight out as Witts slaps it down in similar style and gives it to Noah Anderson, racking him up again. Got the handball away to Rowell. It's an inside-out torpedo that goes to the commentary wing and beautifully taken there by McGovern.
That's where they've got to go quick now. They've got to go quick.
Well, they've got to do something because they were absolutely swamped in that third term. Low worm-burning pass. That is magnificent from McGovern. It's barely got a metre off the deck. It's travelled 45 metres and it's hit Cripps on the chest. 45 metres out, slight angle to the left.
Well, it's good to try, at least try that instead of kicking it long, because that's all the numbers of the Suns were going back.
Well, there was no defending that. It was sharp and low, and Cripps is going to have a shot at goal. To say the Eagles badly need that is rather large understatement. He comes inside 50. Let's go, and kicks it for the Eagles. Ignites their final term and gets his second. 13-7-85 the Gold Coast Suns to 9-3-57. Back to 28 points the margin. Still 18 left to go in the final term.
Well, they did a bit of their own medicine. The West Coast just got at the Suns, forced Rowell to a hack kick out. McGovern obviously a great one-on-one win against Sam Day. Then, as Jeff mentioned, a better kick inside 50. The Suns' backs are starting to intercept the ball and mark the ball very easily. He kicked the worm burner and it made it very hard for them to do it, and a great finish for goal. That's a good 2 or 3 minutes of good energy. Can they keep that up?
It's some rain coming too, by the way.
It's the more Jim Maxwell's mizzle that's coming in from the southern part of this area.
You can see it over not too far away now.
Yeah. All up in the middle for the restart. Petruccelli picking it up. He's taken high and get a free kick. Got a text as well about the Spider saying, was it Spider Burton or Spider Everett?
Nice.
As Petruccelli sends it long for the Eagles towards full forward. Waterman at the front of the pack. Doesn't bring it down. Clearing after roving his Powell. His kick chopped off by Duggan. He's tackled immediately. Driven into the turf. A ball up. Left forward pocket for the Eagles.
More likely being Spider Everett. I think he's still doing some wireless on the Gold Coast, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still around.
Living up here?
Yeah.
Umpire puts it aloft. Witts backhanding it down. Onto it quickly. Anderson tackled by his opposite number in Cripps. Yo extracts it. Right now. In trouble immediately. Gets the handball out. No, he doesn't. Holding the ball. And the Suns hold up defensively. How to get the free kick in his defensive 50. Suns by 28, 3 minutes into this final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Lukosius kicks it beyond centre wing. Sam Day got in front of McGovern. Good contest and takes the mark. He's got a leader on. Looks there for Humphrey. Kicks it over his head over the boundary line and will get a throw in. Jamie Stanton is down on the boundary.
Yeah, as you guys mentioned before, the Rainbow's heading over the Nerang River, but the rain has definitely set in. It looks like we'll have a slippery last quarter.
Oh, there you go. It's just gone from mizzle to drizzle. In front of the small scoreboard, the umpire's going to throw it in at half forward for the Suns. Witts gets it down. Beautifully roved there by Rogers. Gets around one. The left foot to the top of the goal square. It's going to favour the Eagles. Well picked up by Rotham. Got the handball off to McGovern. He's going to measure a pass to Jaden Hunt, who's been reasonably quiet today. Fisted away from him by Closey, who closed in late over the boundary line. There's a throw in on the arc of 50.
And that's when the difference, Pricey. There was no space for McGovern to hit the kick to. He had to go to a contest and able to spoil it, and the ball stays inside the Suns' forward half.
The arriving rain certainly helps the home side, who lead by 28 points. Hayley Williams going up. Got to win the tap. Yo tackled and can't emerge with the footy. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Round 7 from Carrara. Hawthorn and Sydney to come. All up. Half forward here for the Suns. Hayley Williams goes early. Down for Sheed. Emerges with the footy. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Underneath it, Powell. Arriving late, Darling. Ball spills free to Merrick. Kicks inside 50. Waterman's there. Through the hands of Collins. Waterman onto it. Runs in. Runs a long way. And pops it through. He may well have run too far. The umpires don't think so. And Waterman kicks his fourth. West Coast right back in it. Not done yet. 13.785 plays 10.363. Count the steps here for me, Whitey.
I thought he ran too far.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
I thought they were going to call it right on the line. And he didn't want to bounce it because it's a bit slippery.
He would have had to go the old school touch on the ground. Gold Coast by 22, 7 minutes into the fourth.
So we've gone from mizzle to drizzle to absolutely persisting down at the moment. So it's going to be a little bit slipperier. But, boy, 22 points the margin now. Game on. The Eagles pressing. Back into the middle. Both ruckmen approaching from the one side. Rowell gets there first. There's a whistle on play. It's going to be called back. It's going to be a Gold Coast free kick regardless. It's going to come back. Matt Rowell.
Why wouldn't they call that play?
Well, it was loose inside their forward 50 on a wet day, so advantage may have been the go. But never mind, he's got the free kick. Rowell, he chips it short, finds Will Graham. A longer kick towards the pocket. From the back position, it's well picked up there by Edwards, who toes it out of defensive 50. Gathered by Walter, got the handball back to Rowell. He's knocked off the ball by Tyler Brockman. Entered. Well done, Ginby. Couldn't quite pick the ball up, slapped it between his legs. It was picked up by Fiorini. He was dispossessed. Well done to Kelly, who got it to Sheed, then to Petrocelli.
Petrocelli run down. Good chase tackle coming from Graham. He wants his free kick, but they'll take the advantage. Fiorini releases Flanders, kicks inside 50, and Walter, how about a mark? 40 metres out, 45-degree angle, left half forward.
That's just the stuff that the coaching staff want you to do. Run behind tackle from Will Graham on Petrocelli. He was out then. He was gone, going inside forward 50, and great chase down tackle.
Jed Walter, the academy product. Hit 3 in last year's draft. Set shot to really give some buffer room for the Suns. It's out to the right. Minor score leaves the door ajar for the Eagles. They trail by 23. 13.86 the Suns. The Eagles 10.363. 8.5 into the fourth. Steady rain falling.
They bring it in reasonably quickly, and Ryan Marek has it. Still inside defensive 50. He just pops it out of the arc and finds Hoff. He's standing on the paint where it intersects with the boundary and then comes back inboard. It's a long kick just beyond centre wing. Waterman the target, fisted forward by Collins. Front and square was Rowell. Tackled into the ground really hard by Jake Waterman, following up, who's in some kind of form all around the ground at the moment, and there's got to be a ball up on the logo commentary wing. Umpire throws it up immediately. Off hands, Kelly Rose beautifully. Handball backwards to Sheed. Off a step, he skies one. It barely goes the required distance. Off hands, it's with the Gold Coast now. Fiorini gives it to Flanders. Flanders buffeted off the kick, and he kicks it out of bounds on the full. It's going to be a West Coast Eagles free kick. Around where the interchange gates are, it's going to be taken by Cole, who plays on and takes off.
Runs a little arc. Now kicks a high ball to half forward. Waterman's down there. Collins punches it away. Good fist. Into the awaiting arms of Graham. He'll run the wing for the Suns. Kick forward of it. King drops the mark at the last moment. He'll be paid it, in fact. It'll come back a little sore.
His knees clashed with Humphrey too.
Yeah, Haley Humphrey
got up.
Butted into his lower leg. So King wants to poke it into the pocket for Ainsworth. Good late fist coming from Harry Edwards. Punches it away for the Eagles. Throwing half forward for the Suns.
I reckon the Suns would look at that with Humphrey.
They're going to have to. It was if he stayed down on the ground and held his head.
It was a knee to the forehead.
Once they see the replay and see his reaction, or he's holding his head, and he was on the ground for a good few seconds. He did get up and sprint, but it will be looked at. The throw in across the arc. It's taken down there by Witts. Ginby goes in there for the West Coast, gives it over to Cole off a step. He kicks it just beyond centre wing. Well done by Darling, who got in front of his opponent, then towed it off the deck to centre half forward. Sam Collins exploded onto it. Looping handball went to Tuke Miller in the middle of the ground. He kicks it to left half forward. No worry, Humphrey's recovered. He gathers, gets through two, kicks it to the top of the square. Nicely taken by Harry Edwards. Good defensive chest mark right on the goal line.
Eagles hanging on, taking the game on, a little more dare. Short kick away to Duggan. Up the middle he goes, Lukosius. Juggles the wet footy. Takes the mark for the Suns in the middle. Pokes it forward. Good kick to Anderson. Had a big day. Veers out to his right, attacking edge of the square. Shanks his kick. Bouncing ball for Fiorini. Shovels out a handball to Graham. Inside 50 for the Suns. Duggan there. Tries to fend off. Tackled quickly. Umpire wants to ball it up. Technically, by the letter of the law.
The doctors are the Gold Coast doctors are already out for the Suns, so I wouldn't be surprised if they take Bailey Humphrey off.
Interesting. You've got David Swallow still yet to be activated as the sub, the original Sun. As they clear it, the West Coast Eagles. Sheed, got around one, but his handball was cut off there by Tuke Miller. He gave it to Anderson. Spun around, his handball cut off by Duggan. Thrown into the ground there. And the ball stuck underneath him. It was a good, hefty tackle by young Will Graham. He loves to tackle, that kid. It's going to be thrown up in the point of the centre square.
Eagles have kicked the last two. They trail by 34 at the final change. And they find another goal to make it interesting. Bailey Humphrey coming off the ground. Jamie Stanton downstairs.
Can confirm that the doctors come off and ask Bailey to be assessed.
Was that another thing that was handed down?
We'll just see how that plays out. All up inside the centre square. Winning the tap, Witts slaps it inside attacking 50. Trying to attack the footy, Holman. Ricochets off him, wrenched off at Bailey Williams. Rao picks it up, spins out of a tackle, kicks inside 50. Ainsworth can't mark. Duggan there for the Eagles, can't control it. Coming in quickly, Rogers, away to Witts, kicks to full forward for the Suns, King attacking it. He drops it, Cole gathers and kicks to the wing for West Coast.
Oh, the clearing kick cut off there by Will Powell. He dropped the mark and then went back for the second effort. Cripps came in, took it over the boundary line on the Nerang River wing side of the ground. There'll be a throw in.
Great work by Cripps then, he was outnumbered.
It was a 2-1 there.
Yep.
So they're still leading by 23 points, the Suns, in front of a crowd of 11,440 here. It's a lighter crowd, but a Sunday afternoon, and you'd have to be happy with that, given it is a Sunday afternoon game.
They've done well, West Coast, after being questioned three-quarter time. They've rolled their sleeves up, got to work inside, and they've been hard to play against and made it life difficult for the Suns the first 10-15 of this last quarter.
So Witts in the ruck contest slapped it forward. Hunt tracks it towards the boundary line, closely followed by Closey. Now he's dived on the ball. Closey dives on him. He slaps it out. Anderson collects it, kicks it straight down the line. Holman and McGovern. McGovern, well, beautifully disguised as he takes it over the boundary line deliberately. It's going to be a throw-in. Beautiful defensive work that is.
Exactly right, Pricey.
And he's had a cracking game too, McGovern. 18 disposals as well, 9 contested possessions.
Umpire brings it back in. Eagles searching for a third straight goal to work their way back into it. Jimby strips Rogers of it. Then Rogers turns tackler on the much bigger man. Coming through Cole. He's tackled to ground. All up half forward for the Suns. One more for the Suns would make it very difficult for the West Coast Eagles, but another goal for the Eagles would make it very interesting. Williams going up. No decisive tap from either ruckman. Trying to get it going forward. Yo still trying. Picking it up quickly with a kick inside 50 is Closey. Into the pocket it goes. King can't mark. Comes out to Holman. Quick left foot snap. Across the face. Bouncing ball. Through for a minor score. Makes it 4 goals exactly. The Suns lead 13-8-86. Sorry, 13-9-87 plays 10-3-63. Quarter hour mark of this final term.
Scoreboard's a little slow sometimes here, Ben. I've got to tell you that doesn't come through. Williams goes through to Brockman, tackled into the ground, and crowd wanted ball. Umpire said no. And it's going to be balled up more or less in the centre of Carrara here as the rain
blood rule
slows down. There is a blood rule. It's going to be Jared Witts who's going to be slowly coming off the ground. He barely breaking into a jog there.
Bailey Williams breathes a sigh of relief.
And it looks like David Swallow's made his way onto the field there. So that looks like Russian protocol for Bailey Humphrey might have been permanent. Jamie Stanton's down on the boundary. Can you see what's going on, Jamie?
Yeah, Bailey Humphrey moved into the locker room with the doctor, but David Swallow was already taking off his jersey. It could be precautionary with Humphrey, or it could actually be a concussion. He hasn't returned to the ground yet to confirm either way.
No worries. Thanks very much, Jamie Stanton. On the boundary here as the ball up happens on the commentary wing. Elliot Yeo battled manfully for the West Coast Eagles today. Goes back and has a second effort. Wins the ball. Gets it over to Tim Kelly. Off a step. Inside 50. Good effort there from Marek. Couldn't take it on the second effort. Towed off the deck there by Fiorini, and it's cut off in the middle of the ground. West Coast should have it.
Yeah, Fiorini goes again. Knocks it forward. Whistle on the play. Free kick, I think, to Fiorini. And he's held by McGovern.
Can't question their desperation today from the West Coast Eagles. They've been really desperate on the contest.
Suns by 24 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Thoughts of Jeff White there, former #1 pick. Rory Atkins on the logo. Left foot kick inside 50 for the Suns. Bouncing ball. Rotham can't gather it. Kelly can't either. Spits out to Rogers. Knocks it onto Holman. Forward pocket. Back to Rogers. Run down. Should be holding the ball. It is. It was socked through after he'd lost it, but he was already holding the ball. The Eagles claw and hold on. Suns still by 24, 17 into the fourth.
So the Eagles will get out of defensive 50. This is a long kick from Rotham. Looking for Liam Ryan. Flanders got in front of him. Couldn't take the mark. It was a push. It's going to be a free kick. It'll go back to Matt Rowell. Once again, just got into the front position, Matt Rowell, and forces the umpires to give him a free kick because he's copping that as he goes about his business. He goes laterally and finds Mac Andrew, who's got nobody on the mark, but decided to just amble along. Takes his sweet time about it, and it's a long kick inside 50. Flying high, King off his hands. The Eagles with the numbers. Rowell enters and closes it down. Now it spins out. Picked up there by Witherden. Weaves his way back through traffic. Handball to Cole. Cole with the fend. Handball now to Jaden Hunt off a step to nicely delivered pass to find Jinby. They're on centre wing now, commentary side. Jinby plays on. Handball to Darling. Darling back towards the boundary line to Duggan. Duggan off one step. Ryan versus Mac Andrew. Ryan spoils. Off the deck, Petrocelli kicks it out of bounds on the full. It's going to be a free kick, and it'll go to Sam Collins of the Suns in the right back pocket, heading back along the commentary wing.
They're going to test a few sides this year, I reckon, the Eagles.
They're playing a decent brand of footy at the moment, the last 3 weeks especially.
Collins in the back pocket. Driving ball. They're not done with here just yet. Closey roves the pack, sweeps a handball up to the wing. Holman spinning in the tackle, handball to Graham. Kelly strong tackle, but he gets it on. Releases the run of Rogers. Here he goes, a couple of bounces. Breaks the 50. Centering ball, looking for a marker. Spots him up. And it's taken by Fiorini. 35 out, Plum in front. And this could just about ice it for the Suns.
They've really corrected that. In the first half, they were breaking down at centre half forward. They've really corrected that in the second half for Suns.
Braden Fiorini, wouldn't it be fitting in game 100? He's played 100 of a possible 181. Through injury or non-selection. The set shot is the sealer for the Suns. His teammates know it's game 100. They come in to celebrate with him. They lead by 5 goals, 14-9-93, plays 10-3-63. The Eagles gallant, but looking unlikely. 20 minutes into the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Primus, Jeff White.
It's great to see Braden get that. As you mentioned, he's been in and out. He was, I hate to see how many times he's been a sub over his career, and really struggled to find a position. He's gone to half back. He's been inside. Bit of wing, bit of forward, but the last couple of years he's really cemented himself in this team, and a valuable player because he's a very smart footballer, a great user of the ball, and Dimmer's definitely been able to use him in different areas. Predominantly played wing this year, but a great user of the ball, and looks like he's battled through a bit of adversity to get his career going.
Let's go to Jamie Stanton on the boundary.
Can confirm Bailey Humphrey has been subbed out. He hasn't returned to the bench, and from all reports, it says sub-tactical, so he may not be in concussion protocols.
There you go. As the Eagles win the clearance, it's kicked inside 50, up to the forward pocket. It's picked up by Waterman. He's tackled into the ground by Sam Collins, who's just stuck the hand up and said, please, holding the ball, but no. Goes over the boundary line. There's going to be a throw-in about 30 metres away from the goal in the right forward pocket for the Eagles. They're 5 goals down, 21 gone in the final term on ABC Sport. Throw in. Sam Day gets it down through the legs there of Tim Kelly. It's thrown out, and it's going to be a whistle on play.
Throw.
Yeah, well, I thought it was thrown out there, but didn't see the culprit. It was Noah Anderson, so his 32nd disposal was in fact an illegal one. It's going to be a free kick to the West Coast Eagles. It's got to go to Jack Darling, pretty handy recipient.
Very few blemishes he's made, Pricey, hasn't he? He's been outstanding today.
32 disposals, 11 clearances, 11 inside 50s and 2 goals. I'm not going to try and influence your ABC's best on ground votes, but it's pretty close. Darling from 40 metres. Strikes it magnificently, does Jack Darling. He's been a wonderful goal kicker over the years for the Eagles. His second for the day. It takes him up to a total of 516 for his career. The Eagles, though, they're 24 points down, 14,993 to 11,369.
In times like this last year, or last a couple of years, the Eagles have let down their guard. They haven't finished out the games. They've really fallen away quite bad, especially the interstate games. But today they've fought really, really hard. They've even that last play. When it was inside forward 50 for the Eagles, for the Suns, they got the tackle. They're committing. They're just putting in a great effort at the moment.
Especially Whitey, considering they've had 61 inside 50s the Suns, so they've had to defend a hell of a lot of entries, but they've done really well. Last year that'd be a 20-goal loss for them.
61 to 32, the inside 50s.
On a day in which he went into outright second in their all-time goal-kicking list. He's got a second, Jack Darling, passing Peter Sumich. I'm still getting rid of the remnants of the squash spider from...
He did a great job on your scorebook, didn't he, Whitey?
Got this mush of a smush spider all over my page, all over everything. I'll probably feel sick later from the venom.
Just for our listeners, it was smaller than a 1 cent coin, so
it was very small.
A bit of exaggeration going on, isn't there, Whitey?
Hay goes into the pocket for their Suns, and back there to take the mark, Cole for the Eagles. Cole goes dangerously to Petruccelli. Finds him. At centre-half back. He'll flare it out to the wing. Waterman on a searching lead. How about to take the mark? He chips it over the top. Mark taken by Cripps. Cripps will wheel and go.
That's out of bounds.
Yeah, he played out of bounds. He veered out off his line and swung the kick inside 50 and was out of bounds at the time. So
he knew it. As soon as he was about to kick it, he knew, oh no, I've just passed the line.
So throw in on the half-forward flank for the Eagles. They trail by 24 points. It's a possibility. It's a little bit like, so you're telling me there's a chance. 23 minutes into the fourth.
There's a throw-in. 70 out. That's a hold on Sam Day. No, it's not. It's against Sam Day.
Yeah, they're both holding each other.
Well, there you go. But the free kick's got to go to Williams. Jack Williams it is. 80 from goal for the Eagles. He pops it to 30 metres out. Through the hands of Ballard. Collins couldn't pick it up. Enter Liam Ryan. He's going to do what Liam Ryan does. He did. Absolutely. That's the sparkle. They'll be very, very pleased to see Liam Ryan back, but no, we're going to have a review. It's going to be...
Well, I think it might have been touched on line from Closey, but I think it was way over.
I reckon it was over, but they're closer than we are, and we'll have an even closer look right now. But Liam Ryan...
You know what it was? It was a Closey.
Exactly right.
Oh... it's over. Oh, just.
Yeah, she's probably a full ball length over. There you go. It's going to be paid as a goal. And it is confirmed. So they've reduced the margin. And Liam Ryan, welcome back. First game in the AFL since round 3 last year. A couple of games in the waffle across halfback to expand, but he's kicked a goal here. 14,993. The Suns play the Eagles 12,375, and we're back to an 18-point margin. Is there time enough, gentlemen?
No, Pricey.
I know. Just trying to inject a little bit of excitement.
Yeah, enthusiasm. Yep.
Oh, hey, we said this early in the year, Pricey, against Adelaide.
Yeah, I know.
There was no chance, and they nearly won. So
now then, There's
I'm holding.
points the margin.
Yeah.
25 minutes into the fourth. And the Young Eagles on 3 more goals in this game. Restart in the middle. Witts now bandaged on the forehead. Wins the tap, but Yo gets it. Strong in the tackle. Petricelli leaves the footy behind and Anderson takes it. Attacking it, Luke Edwards overruns it. Getting involved quickly there, Berry. Handball out to Rogers. Short kick, a beauty. Cool, calm, collected, composed, and onto the chest of Walter.
Yeah, you call it there, Benny. He was under a fair bit of pressure there, but to have the vision just to lower the eyes and find the spare man for a guy who's in his second or third game, outstanding.
In a sense, just his work rate. He's kicking inside forward 50. He's been unreal today. That's his. I think that's his third goal set up.
7 score involvements.
Yeah,
he will be in. This will be his 8th.
Jet Walter. This young developing key forward. Drives it through the middle to end the game. A contest at least. Suns out by 4 goals, 24 points, 4-9-99. Plays 12-3-75, 27 minutes into the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matty Primus and Jeff White.
I think one of the things they've really patched up today, saw it a lot last week against Sydney, but when Sydney got a bit of a run on and kicked 2-3 goals in a row, they had no comeback, the Suns. So a few times they've been questioned today from the Eagles. I know it's no Sydney, but it just gives you a bit of confidence, to actually have a bit more poise, get the footy, sort of straighten yourself up a little bit, own the possession, work the opposition over with having that uncontested marks around the ground. So they've been able to do that on a number of occasions today.
The young Rogers, boy, 21 disposals, 3 clearances. He's got a goal and 8 score involvements. And he's going to get involved here again. Nice little handball from the clearance. Goes inside, attacking 50, and it was Berry knocked over, and the Eagles towed it out. Well done by Duggan, who followed up again. More soccer tactics. He takes it to centre wing, picked up by Cripps. No, it wasn't inside the boundary. He took it over the boundary, and it's going to be a throw in on the outer wing.
Just on Rogers, I mean, they feel like they're in-demand players, those small half forwards who work up the ground, have speed to work back. He's almost Brent Daniels-like, isn't he?
Yeah. And then to be able to be great skill to make great decisions. Normally they've got the running capacity, they don't have the skill, or vice versa, but he seems to have both.
Scary when you think that he only really got chucked in there because Malcolm Roses got injured as well. I know he was due to be promoted up, but Roses had the spot.
But it's also the ability to lower your eyes. It's hard. You can't coach that. To actually see it really early, especially that last entry inside 450.
Long kick to half forward for the Eagles, through the hands of Lukosius. Collins there to mop it up, gives it off to Miller, to Ainsworth. Kicks to half forward. Unable to take the mark, Swallow follows up at ground level. Chips out in front of King, who marks leading back towards goal. 35 out, 45-degree angle, right forward pocket.
It's such an underrated possession. Coming out, you're under pressure, and you kick it to the favoured side of your teammate. It's so underrated. It's such an important kick. And I know it's a one-on-one, but it's on the favoured side, and it's a beautiful kick coming outside the back line there.
He's only got one today. Oh, sorry, he's got a couple. Benny King, who had a third, on the way out of here. His drop punt is hitting the left-hand goalpost.
He was taken off for the celebration, wasn't he? He had to stop it.
I thought he had moved left-right.
Started to get moving, but nothing doing.
25 points the margin. First to hit 100 wins, as they used to say. A long kick straight down the middle for the Eagles, taken by McGovern. He wants to play on. So second kick lands inside 50. Collins with the set. He fists it down. Oh, they've got the numbers everywhere here, the Suns. It was well done by Fiorini. The handball backwards to Ballard. He kicks it to shorter centre wing. It was Berry. Oh, got the chop of the arms there. So Berry's going to receive the free kick. I think Hoff was just a little bit stiff. He's thrown the hands back a bit. But Berry plays on. Oh, he just got the kick in as Hoff smothered him as he went around the mark. Off hands, Rao front and square. It's what Matt Rao does. He wheels onto his right foot, kicks it to Ben King. Got around his ankles. He delivered it towards Miller. Handball to Swallow. Handball to Walter. Walter waltzes in and kicks his second. And the Suns just rolling home here at Carrara. Get their 16th goal. 16-10, 106 to 12-3, 75. Back out to a 31-point margin. The bugler, he loves this. And the bugler and the drums are live now here at Carrara.
What about the super sub in Swallow? He's been involved in the last three goals.
There'd be nothing worse as a defender when David Swallow, any sub comes on the last 10 minutes, and especially as a half forward, you know they're going to run you up and down the ground. Last thing you want to do as a defender have one of those players come on you.
Is this the perfect role for David Swallow, the original Sun #1 draft pick 2010?
It seems to be that way. It's the last 3 or 4 weeks he's been the sub that's come in and looks after his body, and he has an ability to play back, inside, wing, forward. So if they do get anywhere in the game, it's a good sub to have and a great experienced head out there.
The experience, that's the one.
The key, because we do have a lot of younger players running around for the Suns at the moment.
Wits winning the tap from the restart in the middle. Suns up by 31 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sports. Second game coming up after this. Rao, handball away to Miller. Turnover with his handball. Duggan back the other way. Handball knocked down by Miller. Gathers the footy, runs away from them, delivers to King. On a short lead he marks. 45 out. And a chance to really pad the stats late.
He's known for this throughout his career. He kicks late goals in games, whether they're on the line or they're losing or winning, but he has a habit of kicking goals very late in games.
He just doesn't stop trying. His work rate's just always there, and I think that's a really important message to young kids, male and female. Just continue to work rate, continue those leads.
Straight in front, boot to ball from right on the arc of 50. His drop punt is flushed. Goal umpire just stands there and watches it sail through. 3 for Benny King. The cherry on top for the Suns. 17-10, 1-12. Plays 12-3-75. 32 minutes played in the fourth term. Sunday footy, ABC Sport. Matty Primus and Jeff White.
You talk about flush. The Ripper GC are going to win as a team at the Live Golf. Just thought I'd just
That's the Aussie team?
Aussie team, Ripper
and
GC.
Smith's not going to win though, is he?
No, he's not going to win as the individual.
He's a team member.
Steele's going to win that, Brendan Steele, but Ripper GC, so, almighty massive party in Adelaide.
Be a few shoeys going on.
Oh, there'll be plenty as a team. That'll be their first victory of the year too.
So 10 goals, 5 after half-time for the Suns, and 4 goals, 1 for the Eagles. That's been the tail of the tape here at Carrara. Back into the middle. It's hit forward for the Suns, but once again putting himself in Petrocelli for the Eagles versus Noah Anderson. The ball stuck under the pair of them, so Ginby comes in, grabs it. He's tackled immediately by Anderson. The ball stuck underneath him. The umpire's going to come in for a secondary bounce as both parties are helped up by the respective teammates. Thrown up in the middle. The Gold Coast have extended their lead all across this game, and they have taken the chocolates quite easily in the end. 37 points the margin. 112 plays 75 as the bugles ring out at Carrara.
For the Suns, they trailed by 4 points at quarter time. They led by 3 at half time, 34 points at three-quarter time, and extend that out to win by 37. It's a win that will see them on the fringe of the 8, just outside on percentage for the time being. It was a new and improved Eagles. They were gallant, but not quite good enough. In the end, the Suns winning by 37. So the goal kickers for the Gold Coast Suns, they had Ben King finishing up with 3 majors, then multiples to what was 4 other players, Matt Rowell, Jed Walter, Noah Anderson and Ben Ainsworth, then singles to Braden Fiorini, kicking a goal in his 100th game. Sam Day in his first game of his 14th season at the Gold Coast Suns. Bailey Humphrey, who was subbed out of the game, we'll get an update on him. Was it a concussion? Was it a tactical sub? Will Graham, Jared Witts and Jake Rogers, who kicked his first goal in league footy, as did Will Graham. Certainly very impressive, Jake Rogers. For the Eagles, Jake Waterman with 3 goals, Jamie Cripps and Jack Darling with a couple. Darling going into outright second all-time in the West Coast Eagles goal-kicking list. And then singles for Liam Ryan, Elliot Yeo, Jack Petruccelli and Ryan Marrick. That makes up the 12 of the West Coast Eagles. The Suns 17-10-1-12. The Eagles 12-3-75, I should say. Our experts, the tall timber Matty Primus and Jeff White. Gents, how did you see it over the course of the afternoon?
I really loved the way that the Eagles played, to be honest. I think Suns were the favourites. They played really, really, really outstanding footy. They were, especially in the second half, when it was there to be won, they really put their foot down. Their defensive structure was really good. Started to use the ball a bit better, and they started to get over that centre half forward where they were really breaking down the first half. That's where the rebound footy from the Eagles started, was from the centre half back. They really rebounded really quickly and were able to be, near the front, very competitive in the first half. But the Suns were able to show maturity, even though they're a young side. I just really, really liked the maturity of what they showed. They were able to slow it down. And then with the Eagles, I just really loved the way they played. Benny, I really loved the way they played today. They were gallant, like you said. They played a really exciting brand of footy. They didn't roll over. I'm really, really excited for the Eagles fans, because what I saw firsthand, first time I seen them live, was really gallant. They had really good defensive structures around the ball. Tim Kelly, Elliot Yeo, you got to put Harley Reid back in there next week. I just reckon they're playing a really good brand of footy. They've straightened themselves up. They've done a lot of work over the pre-season, and hats off to them. They've done a really good job.
Yeah, I thought it was a mature performance from the Suns. They were, something a little bit different thrown at them by West Coast. They were able to make some adjustments after half-time, and I think the pleasing thing was, as Whitey mentioned, the dominance in territory. That was how Demmer likes to play his football, and I don't know what the inside 50 number they had in the end there, pricey, but they...
57-35, mate.
And that's outstanding. And then to have 12 different goal kickers, so they had midfielders kicking goals, wingers, all their forwards got onto the end of it also. A performance that we now got to expect out of them. They've got to get the job done against the teams lower down on the ladder, and it's a good start at home too. That's 4 from 4 now in this venue, and they're making it a pretty difficult place to come and play.
And that's obviously what they're straightening up, because they were winning. They were in front inside forward 50s. They were just breaking down at centre half forward. So they corrected that in the second half, and they were able to put on scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, so 10-5-65 to 5-1-31 in the second half, the way of the Gold Coast Suns. What specifically changed mid-forward for them?
I just think instead of just bombing it really, they had a tendency in the first quarter, and there was a lot of pressure from behind the ball that the Eagles put on, to kick it just at centre half forward and not actually get it over that level and get it deep and hit it a bit lower, lower their eyes, hit those leading players that were coming up. I think Jakey Rogers was fantastic in the second half. 3 or 4 inside forward 50s. Delivered really, really well.
And they took away West Coast's ability to transition the ball. They just gave them nothing, and then they turned it into a contest, and Gold Coast were far too strong in the contest, and that's why the territory ended up what it was in the second half.
Yes. It was going inside forward 50, and then it was rebounding straight away. So they corrected that in the second half, where they went into their forward 50 and they held it in there.
Just notice the stat there. The West Coast Eagles had 32 clearances, but Witts, Rowell and Anderson had 32 clearances between them.
Yeah.
So that was the massive difference there. There was, in the end, 48-32, but those 3 players dominated.
And Witts in the third quarter just turned it around. His clearances out of the centre, not only he's hitting, but ability to follow up, and his second and third efforts are really good. And then the ability to go down into the forward line and take the hits, not leave that to a day, and set up the wall. He went in there and was able to create 1 or 2 goals from stop plays.
Just on Rogers, in his second game, he kicked his maiden AFL goal. So he was an All-Australian in the Under-18s Championship last year. Pick 14 in the draft. He looks like a real find. Pricey, what was his stat line in the end?
22 disposals. He's had 3 clearances, 5 inside 50s, 3 tackles, a goal, and 8 score involvements. Not bad.
Yeah, that's what you want a small half forward to do. Get involved in your stoppages, put pressure on when it goes in there, hit the scoreboard, all those things. He's had a collective game out of all those areas for a second gamer.
He was the last to arrive to head down into the rooms where they should find Jamie Stanton. Jamie.
Yeah, the boys are just coming in for a quick drink before I think they get ready to sing their song very loud and proud.
All right, here we go with the song. Jamie, and I'm just loving the look on Ben Cameron's face here. For the first time, you've seen the Carrara wave, as we call it. The 4 security guards standing there on the rope. That is unbelievable.
It's 4 in a row.
Does that happen every game, does it?
It's every game this year. So they rope off the centre circle. They have the 4 fluorescent jackets there, and then the crowd just goes straight through them.
So the kids are allowed on for a kick after the game, and they've roped off the centre square, and kids just came from every angle. They slid under the ropes, and I reckon a good 60 kids were all in the centre square and outnumbering the fluorescent jackets trying to cut off the bullseye in the middle of the ground.
And the other thing that those Suns do as well is that they get the little footies that they go and hand them in the crowd. Well, what they do now, it's like a Easter egg hunt. They place the balls on the footy ground, so the first one to get out there gets it.
That's another Gold Coast reference. That's just like the sand sprints for the little thing. So they just put them out there.
Buttons,
Oh, that was quite something. The security guards swarmed. Let's head down into the rooms. Jamie Stanton in the victors' rooms with the Gold Coast Suns.
I have Sammy Flanders here with me. Sam, you've transitioned from a midfielder high forward now into this new half-back role. How are you going with it? It's been a couple of weeks.
Yeah, a couple of weeks in the new role. Obviously still learning the new role. It's good. I've got a good crew down there, obviously led by Sammy Collins. So still adjusting. Every week it's always something new. But, it's very exciting. It's good.
And in regards to the first half, the Eagles sort of kept in there and were scoring quite regularly. What was Dimmer's instructions or your line coach's instructions at halftime for you guys to really focus on?
Yeah, obviously, they'll defend our ball movement pretty well. And they were able to just, work the ball up and they'll get sort of past halfway. They'll be able to go deep and score. So for us, it's just to take out the shorts. Just to take out the shorts and then on offense, take the contest, just take the simple one.
And great win today. Awesome to see Jake Rogers absolutely kill it in his, second game here. And we've got so many young kids now at the club. What does it feel like for you as a former young kid coming through and the culture that you guys are creating?
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously, all these boys coming in are very talented. Jakey obviously put his skills on display today, so it's just so exciting. Obviously, we're still pretty young group, but these young locals are coming through, and it's, as I said, for us, it's very exciting.
Boys, do you have any questions for Sammy Flanders down here?
Sammy, Jeff White, it was nice to meet you during the week, and now you're back on radio again. Hey, buddy, how you going? Well played.
Thank you.
Run me through Mac Andrew. He's my favourite down back. How important he is to your side?
Yeah, as you said, he's very important to the side. It's actually funny. Before the game, he came up to me and told me, he's like, I'm gonna go out there and take a hanger today. And you're the only guy I'm gonna tell. So it was actually funny. I was sitting on the bench when it happened. I was turned to Nick Mal and I told him about it. And it was just funny. I was just laughing.
Does he realise that someone took a big hang on Anzac Day?
What's that, sorry?
Does he realise that he had to compete with someone who took a big hang on? You might have seen it on Anzac Day.
So, yeah. I think he was trying to compete with it.
Great effort, though. Great effort, though.
Pretty good.
Hey, Sam, Matt Primus up here. You mentioned at half-time taking away West Coast's uncontested marks. I thought you guys did that extremely well in the second half. And I thought we mentioned up here during the game, Jared Witz's whole game, but his third quarter, there was a lot of aggression and he was trying to hit the ball to space. I thought he was fantastic after half-time.
Yeah, Witter was very good. Obviously led from the front. Obviously last week was a little bit disappointing how the effort that we put up. So Witter put it on his back today. to go out there and lead from the front, and I think he was amazing.
All right, we might let you go, or just quickly, Michael Price has a couple of questions. Fire away, Pricey.
I was just going to say, Sam, how are you feeling about the Live Golf at the moment, and have you burgled any more on your way around the course?
Yeah, Liv's pretty good. I was watching some highlights and stuff today. I don't know if you checked the scores there, Jeff, during the week, but still loving getting out there, but we'll have to go check those scores.
Oh, really? So is it, again, no, I haven't checked the scores, actually, but I'll give you an update. Ripper GC is going to win.
Cam Smith is not going to win, unfortunately. We'll let you go, Sam. Congratulations on your own form. Congratulations on the form of the Gold Coast Suns. Best of luck for the remainder of the season.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
There is Sam Flanders downstairs with Jamie Stanton. So the Gold Coast Suns winning by 37 points. There were a few other questions I would have liked to have got to around their form on the road and whether they can take that on the road moving forward. The Gold Coast Suns obviously...
Who they got next week?
Next week.
Who they got?
Sunday, Brisbane in the Q Clash.
Oh, they got the Q Clash next Sunday.
So
that's
that
right,
is going to be a massive contest. And what Dimmer did at half-time and what he had to say to them. But we don't have an awful lot of time, so...
No, we don't.
I'm not sure who normally does the votes.
We handball it now and then, but Matty's got the... I've given you one already, so you just got to do 3-2.
Just quickly, a reminder, we will be heading to the match between Hawthorn and Sydney in a moment, so not far away from that. Max Ramsden, a late in for Mitch Lewis. He will start as the sub. No late change for the Swans. Campbell will be their sub. So that is the news. Braden Campbell, the sub from the MCG, will head there in a few minutes. All right, what have you got for us, Matty Primus, in terms of the votes?
Well, we're throwing a couple around. I'm actually going to change it up with what we're going to do with Which. I'm going to give one to Waterman. I know he was on the losing team, but I thought he kept them in the game with his ability, not only to kick the goals, 4 goals, but 15 touches, a couple of tackles, contested possession. He kept them alive and was a forward winner, really the only dominant forward winner for them in the whole game when there wasn't too many inside 50s. 2 to Jared Witts. Thought he was outstanding. Undersized guy, but he actually made West Coast pay for where he put the ball and gave Gold Coast mids a great ascendancy in there, and then they were able to capitalise by owning territory out of that. And I thought 3 for Anderson, and not because of the numbers. I think we can get caught up with getting and looking at possessions all the time, but I thought his 33 were influential. Hit the scoreboard twice for 2 goals. Handball receives, linked up, doesn't miss the ball. 4 tackles, 19 contested possession. I thought he was the best midfielder by a mile out there.
And a special mention to Rao too. He had 13 tackles, Rao, 2 goals, 22 disposals, 18 of those contested. So shout out to Rao as well.
Good job on the votes there, Matty Primus. Great to see you. Meet you for the first time. Same to you, Whitey. Worth shouting out Took Miller too, who's coming out to the top of the race to sign some autographs for the kids. All right, this is going to take some time as we wrap this up. If you are listening in Victoria, Tasmania, South Australia or the NT, you're about to head to the MCG for Hawthorn and Sydney. If you're listening on News Radio in Brisbane, you're about to head to return to the news and then regular programming. If you're on the Gold Coast, you've got the NRL coming up, Canberra and Cronulla. Ricky Stewart's 500th game as an NRL coach. That's quite incredible. Earlier today in the NRL, Newcastle defeated the Dolphins at Lang Park 18-14. All right, I'm just fitting in Queensland. I know the Dolphins' name isn't always used.
Yeah, well played.
Such is the controversy around a second team in Brisbane and surrounding areas. Here, though, it was the Gold Coast Suns winning by 37 points, 17-10, 112, plays 12-3, 75 over the West Coast Eagles. It's a win that gets the Gold Coast Suns right on the edge of the top 8, only out on percentage for the West Coast Eagles. Gallant, but not good enough. Thanks to our tech Scotty, Jamie Stanton on the boundary, our tall timber Matty Primus and Jeff White, Michael Price for the trip up and the company. Brett Sprigg back in the studio. We're sending you to Hawthorn and Sydney. That's coming up next.